Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call this meeting of the Bloomington City Council to order. It is Monday, November 30th. This is a study session of the Bloomington City Council. If we could start with the roll call. Ms. Christensen, if you could please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Beloga.
Present.
Councilmember Carter.
Present.
Councilmember Coulter.
Present.
Councilmember Lohman. Come back to him. Councilmember Martin.
I'm present.
Councilmember Nelson.
Present.
Mayor Bussey.
I am here.
And I don't see Councilmember Lohman yet. Councilmember Lohman.
Well, we'll let the record show that 6 to 7 Bloomington City Council members are here this evening. And as I said, it's a study meeting. We've got 5 items on our agenda, and we have the agenda in front of you. Council, any questions or additions or changes to the agenda? And if not, I would look for a motion to approve this evening's agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Beloga.
I see that we have the 21 budget and tax levy discussion as the third item. And I don't know the duration of items 1 and 2, what they're targeted for, but I would expect that we probably have more people interested in watching the budget than possibly some of the other items. So I wonder if a reordering of the agenda is in order.
I would turn to staff and see how long we expect the first couple of items to take. Mr. Verbrugge?
Mr. Mayor and council members, that we have allotted about an hour for the first item and an hour to hour and a half for the second item, so that we would get to the budget discussion about 8 to 8:30. And I think at this point, without the heads up that we might be altering the agenda, I know we did that last time, but folks are looking at the agenda wondering if there's any as they try to plan for what they might be looking for, it might throw people off if they want to come in later and they're looking for the budget conversation. I know we did that last time. We specifically set it up for this evening, knowing that there might be a chance that some folks may not be getting to the meeting on time, so we wanted to be able to accommodate them. And so we put the budget a little bit later in the meeting agenda. I think if it's an 8 o'clock or 8:15 start, we should be okay.
Councilmember Beloga, thoughts? I guess I'm not sure either. If we were worried about people making sure they were going to be on at 6 o'clock to start the discussion right away, and I also worry about changing it now. And if people are going to plan on tuning in, looking for number 3 on the agenda, and it's number 1 on the agenda, I don't know. Thoughts on that?
Well, I think most people watch until they are done watching. They have other things to do or get distracted. So I'll withdraw the request and continue on.
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. Council, any other discussion? If not, I'd look for a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
So moved. Coulter.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Coulter and a second by Councilmember Carter to approve this evening's agenda. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. So we have an agenda.
Is somebody going to call me?
And Councilmember Lohman has arrived. Good evening, Councilmember
sorry.
Lohman.
Yeah,
Sorry, I didn't see you there.
Yeah, I've been here for a while. I don't know what's going on here.
Well, your name just appeared on the screen, Councilmember Lohman, so I'd apologize for the oversight. And Ms. Christensen, if you could please call Councilmember Lohman.
Councilmember Lohman.
I'm here.
And we're looking for a vote on tonight's agenda, Councilmember.
Yeah, I had some comments about that, but it's a little late now. I almost wonder if we even need to have a a time to even update the agenda if we're concerned about folks tuning in at certain times. We probably should just look to remove that completely. Just be my personal comment.
So noted. Councilmember Lohman, are you going to vote in favor or against tonight's agenda?
I'll vote in favor of it.
Motion carries 7-0 to approve tonight's agenda. And let the record show that Councilmember Lohman is now with us. So we can start tonight's agenda. Item 3.1, which is racism as a public health crisis resolution. So we started this discussion back in August, I believe. Staff brought forward information. We had a very good council discussion on all of this. And now staff is back this evening, I think, with a proposed resolution and an update on the work and a proposed work plan. I believe Diane Kirby, our Community Services Director, is going to kick this off, but I know that we've also got Faith Jackson, Nick Kelly, I believe Maureen O'Brien are here. I think we've got a number of folks who are going to be speaking with us this evening. So good evening, Ms. Kirby. Welcome.
Correct. Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll kick it off here. As you said, tonight we are revisiting the issue of racism as a public health crisis in Bloomington that we first discussed with you back in August. And as you mentioned, we have several speakers who will be joining me, including our Racial Equity Coordinator, Faith Jackson, our Acting Public Health Administrator, Nick Kelly, and our Assistant City Attorney, Maureen O'Brien. So tonight we want to follow up on our discussion with you on August 17th when we asked you to think about racism in another way, as a threat to the health and well-being of the members of our Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. As you know, COVID-19 continues to disproportionately affect Bloomington's BIPOC communities when it comes to both cases and deaths. And systemic racism has created a never-ending pandemic of its own. You may recall that back in August, we highlighted a unique opportunity to focus on this issue by taking a holistic public health approach that would reimagine how the city dealt with health disparities in its BIPOC community. And key to this approach was to adopt a resolution declaring racism as a public health crisis in Bloomington. At that time, Council expressed an interest in adopting a resolution. Council also directed staff to prepare a draft resolution that would outline how the institutional and social determinants of health could be addressed by the city in order to reduce the impact of racism on health. That resolution would also describe the city's level of commitment and how we would hold ourselves accountable. So we will be reviewing that draft resolution with you tonight. Now, back in August, you will recall we showed these three potential options for addressing racism as a public health crisis in Bloomington. Option number one was basically status quo. We would continue to address racial disparities through our existing public health efforts and strategies outlined in the Racial Equity Business Plan, and we would forego any new commitments or investments in addressing racial disparities until we saw progress made with our own workforce here at the City of Bloomington. Option number two was to expand the work, which would, in addition to the efforts outlined in option one, would direct staff to work across departments to tackle racial disparities on the social determinants of health and commit to investing resources to lead and support this work in 2021. And then option number three was a full-blown commitment. In addition to the scope outlined in option two, this alternative would empower staff to participate in regional efforts to address racism as a public health issue. And it also committed the city to utilizing the legislative influence it had to support policies to address racial disparities in the social determinants of health. And that was the route that you had directed us to explore. So now I'm going to hand this off to our Acting Public Health Administrator, Nick Kelly, to talk about how we reduce health inequities and how the city can address the social determinants of health.
Thanks, Diane. Good evening, Mayor, council members. You may recall this graphic from the Bay Area Health Initiative, the BARHI. This encompasses the way we look at talking about social determinants. And social determinants really are the things that impact our well-being, where we live, work, and play. And so we know here in Minnesota and here in Bloomington that we have some of the starkest health disparities in the nation. While on one hand, we are one of the healthiest states in the country, that's really for white, non-Hispanic men and women. For other members of our community, we have some of the largest disparities in health. for health outcomes. And so we have a pretty large gap in who can live to their health potential in Bloomington. One of the things that really drives that are some structural issues. The living conditions, the institutional processes that drive those inequities. So when we're looking at the right-hand side of this, looking at how do we reduce injury, mortality, and at-risk behaviors, the more work we do on that, the more it drives us back to looking at structural issues, such as the living conditions, where people live, work, and play, and the inequalities that are present in our society that impact people where they live, work, and play. So the way we get around addressing those is looking at some of those root causes, those structural issues. And when we get down to the root of that, one of the foundational things we have to address is racism and its pervasive impact on our culture and society. That drives a lot of our work. And when we look at that, whether you're looking at healthcare access, housing access, educational attainment, there are components of that that are really driven by structural racism and impacting our ability to change the trajectory of health. So Diane, if you can go to the next slide, one of the ways we fix that and address that is working together. So the city of Bloomington on our own, even though we have great staff and a very competent public health department, we can't fix this issue. This is an issue that transcends our work, our community. And so the way we look at addressing this is modeled after that definition of the future of public health that you see at the bottom of your screen from the Institute of Medicine. It's what we as society do collectively to assure the conditions in which people can be healthy. So the city of Bloomington can partner with many other entities, our business community, our nonprofits, other government entities, our school district, our healthcare partners, and most importantly, our community, to really drive at getting to solutions that help us address these problems. There's a saying often attributed as an African proverb that if we want to go fast, go alone. If we want to go far, go together. And I think that is incredibly fitting for this work. We can't do this as a city by ourselves. We have to partner with a bunch of other entities to address the wide-ranging factors to help us get forward in addressing some of the realities that allow members in our community to not live to their full potential. When we have people, especially when we're thinking about with COVID now, that are not able to follow some of our public health guidance because of their job or living situation, we have to band together as a community to find ways to fix those things. And that's where the opportunity to address racism as a public health crisis really cements in a lot of broad public health work across the city. And then Faith is going to take it from here.
Thank you so much, Nick, for sharing that. And so at this point, I want to draw your attention to thinking back to in August. We left the council meeting with some things on the screen, and we said these are going to be our immediate next steps. So I'm going to do a little bit of a reporting back on what's happened in between August and today. So one of the most immediate next steps was to engage the community. And so over the last several months, we've continued to reach out and connect with members of our community and ask the question, not only is this something that you think the city council should engage in, or is this something that you support, but also how would you like to be involved in the process? And that was really important because, as Nick mentioned before, and we sort of discussed back in August, the strength of this work is how do we pull together different members of the community, business sector, et cetera, to collaborate with us. And so we had to spend a lot of time making sure that not only we got support from the community to move this work forward, but we got buy-in to be involved in that process. And so we've received some additional letters of support. We've been connecting with our partners within the business chamber to look at bringing together different healthcare organizations and just sort of broader businesses in general to think about how they want to be involved in the work as we're convening some of those conversations So as we move forward with bringing together these different groups to develop this strategic plan, we have that buy-in. In addition to that, just continuing conversations with the school district, so BPS staff, the Office of Educational Equity, students and families. Again, really the goal here is to not only, make sure that we have the support of the community, but that we have buy-in and that we're really listening and hearing from those most directly impacted by those disparities. And so we've been able to accomplish some things in that area. And the second thing that we said we would do was to begin to build a strategy roadmap. One of the questions from the council before was sort of, what's the plan? How do we move this work forward? And so the strategy roadmap, which I'll spend some time going over that in the next couple of slides, answers the question of how. How do we move from a resolution that declares racism a public health crisis to actually addressing racism as a public health crisis? In addition to that, we adopted the racial equity business plan. So kudos to the council for that work. And then we have also drafted a resolution that we'll like for you to review later today. And so in terms of where we are in next steps, we continue to do the engaging work and the planning work and can begin to move into the action and implementation phases. And so for the next 10 or 15 minutes, I will walk you through the strategy roadmap, which again is sort of the overview and a sort of a guide for how we will move from declaring this as a public health crisis to addressing it as a crisis. Next slide, please. So here on this slide, we list out the things that we need to do, both those things right now, right? So those immediate things that we need to do and those things that we need to do in the future to move this work forward and really begin to address those underlying health inequities and social determinants of health. So I will not go through each and every bullet point here because there's a lot of bullet points and we have a few more slides to go through, but I will highlight mostly the things in the now phase and phase one, because those are the things that are most immediate. And so one of the things that staff recommends that we do right away is adopting the resolution, and really in doing that, that's just sort of acknowledging that we are committed to this issue and that we want to address it. Again, and then begin to strategically about, how do we move the work forward. In phase one of that process, it's important for us to continue to address racial disparities through our existing public health efforts and the strategies that are outlined in the racial equity business plan. And again, remember, those things that are outlined in the racial equity business plan really speak to what can we do internally within sort of those things within our own control. It's also important in phase one of this process to start to align racial equity work across the departments and boards and commissions. And so again, right now we have the racial equity business plan, and that's great, and we're going to start implementing that. But we also need to be intentional about aligning that work throughout the different departments and making sure that we have a process for coordinating that and sort of connecting that with all the work that our city employees do. And then lastly, and perhaps most impactfully here in phase one, is that convening of the stakeholders. And so back in July, I presented to the council and we talked about and we sort of went through what that process would look like and what it would take to convene the different stakeholders to develop a community-driven strategic plan to addressing racial disparities. And so what staff is suggesting here is that we utilize that process not only to develop a strategic plan for addressing those racial disparities, we're really focusing on that on the social determinants of health. Also here listed in phase two and phase three are some things that we would need to focus in on after we have a strategic plan in place. And so briefly, I'll describe some of those things. And phase two is really looking at expanding that work. So once a plan is in place, thinking about, what are the other things that we need to do? How can we use our legislative influence to do things on a regional level? And then once we're in a place where we're really invested in this work and fully supported and have the staff really thinking about, can we continue to mitigate and eliminate racial disparities across the community? And so in the next slide, we'll talk about what's required in each phase. So right now, staff recommends sort of the requirements here is to develop a structure to sustain racial equity within our organization And so the business plan is a good first step in that, sort of saying, here's what we want to do. The next steps is really sort of tying that to the work plans and the work plans of individual departments and the overall work of the council with the strategic pillars. We also need to develop the staff capacity to lead racial equity work. And so this is just some of the things that we talk about in the plan, but really more education across the city, and then recognizing the intersections within the work, right? So making sure that staff that we have working in transportation or various areas of the organization understand how they fit in to this work. And then, of course, continue the conversations with local and regional organizations who are addressing racism as a public health crisis, right? So continue to seek out those best practices and connecting with those who we want to involve in the work. And then so following that, the most immediate next step is phase one of the process. And here we want to continue to collect data that we need to inform the racial equity work. And this is an important part of the process. And we talked a little bit about this in August as well, that we have some challenges to overcome in terms of data collection and think and do, what are we collecting now? What can we begin to collect and who can we partner with to do that work? And so before we're able to really fine tune a strategic plan, we have to have a process in place for really assessing what are the needs of the community and collecting that data that's needed to inform the work. Of course, the implementation of the business plan, and then also here we've added in the health and all policies work as well. So implementing health and all policies as well. And then also doing phase one, so starting the process of facilitating that community-driven approach to developing a strategic plan. As mentioned before, I won't spend a lot of time going over the things in phase two and phase three here because they're at the most immediate, but I'll just point out a few things. So doing phase two of the process, after we have the strategic plan in place, what we like to do is to develop a commission of community stakeholders who can serve as an advisor in his advisory capacity to monitor the progress that the city is doing, and both from accountability sake, but then also to make sure that even after we facilitated this task force and we have a strategic plan in place, we continue to have that buy-in from the community, right? So really thinking about how do we move beyond just sort of a one-time occurrence and make sure that community members are connected to this work on an ongoing basis. Other thing I'll highlight in phase three of the process is that we'll continue to develop those sort of timelines and expectations, and then also identify those intersectional priorities. So really moving, oftentimes we talk about that we focus on race, but the work of equity and inclusion is race and so as we move into phase three, we can begin to think about what are those things included in that and, right? How do we connect race and gender and disabilities and all those other things that are really important in this intersectional work. And in the next slide, I will talk about what resources are needed. And so right now, the most immediate resource need is funding to contract with consultants to facilitate that strategic planning process. So one sort of bringing that task force together and then working with some consultants to lead people through that process to develop that plan. And then also staff resources to implement the work of the proposed resolution. Now, you'll note here that the second bullet point in the now phase is fairly broad, right, or generic. And that's because as we continue to move this work forward and we say, hey, community, we want you to help us develop this plan, the things that are outlined and developed through that plan will help determine what staff resources are needed, right? And so at this point in the process, while we know that we require staff resources to move the work forward, we want to be intentional about making sure that we wait until we have clear direction about what it is that we're going to do, and allow that to continue to dictate sort of what resource needs we have. In the phase one process, we also talk about staff to support the implementation of the racial equity business plan, which is an important immediate need as well, and then also the hiring of the health equity specialist. One of the things that I'll highlight in phase two, right here, it talks about, after we have done some of that needs assessment and we know what the resource needs are based on the plan, that will continue to direct the work. So for example, if we one of the things that perhaps could come out of this strategic plan is recognizing that in our community, as Nick mentioned earlier, there are people who have limitations to their ability to take off time from work and things of that nature, and sort of the housing and or work aspects of an individual's life really dictates their health outcomes. And so perhaps we decide, based on what we're hearing in this plan, that we need to have an economic development manager in the city, or that we're going to implement some workforce labor standards, like a sick and safe time law or policy or something like that. And so those things will really dictate what staff resources need. And so I add that here, sort of an example of what we mean about how the plan and the work will help us determine what resources are needed. And the next slide, we'll talk about what are the expected outcomes in each phase. And so here, what we mean is, like, if we're going through and we're saying, this is what we want to do, this is what required, these are the resource needs, then these are sort of the things that the council can expect to see as we move through each phase. So right now, you can, the expected outcome is to implement the racial equity business plan, to make sure that all city departments are engaged and focused in their efforts to advance racial equity. And so that's the really being spearheaded by the racial equity action teams, and also an increased understanding and awareness of how our work intersects with and is supported by county and state initiatives to address racism as a public health crisis. And so that's what you can expect in terms of outcomes in this particular phase. During phase one, we expect to have the community identify priority issues and then also inform solutions. We also can expect to cultivate new relationships with businesses and government partners, and then identify opportunities for continued partnership. Also, identify funding for the racial equity work. Those are some of the outcomes that we would need. And then during phase two, we would expect to have a roadmap for mitigating and eliminating racial equity disparities in Bloomington. So that's that strategic plan. We would expect to have clear goals and expectation for future work. And by future work, not meaning just sort of like the next year out, but really thinking about, how do we move this work forward in a long-term perspective. And then also we can expect to have the community invested in the racial equity work. And again, have them invested in a way that is ongoing and truly engaging. And then also we can expect to have strategic partnerships with organizations that serve Black, Indigenous, and people of color, or immigrant and refugee communities in the Twin Cities region. So really moving beyond, and not to say moving beyond, but really sort of expanding our relationships with both of those BIPOC organizations in Bloomington and other regional organizations that can help us support this work. And then lastly, in phase three, right, at this point, we can expect to be actively engaged in mitigating and eliminating racial equity disparities, have solid relationships with those different regional stakeholders and government leaders, have trusted relationships with community partners and the residents who are directly impacted by racial disparities. And the racial equity work contributes to a better quality of life of all residents. And so really here, that phase three, those expected outcomes, is where we hope to be when this work is realized. And so with that, I'll move on to the next slide, and I will just give sort of a high-level summary of what we hope to accomplish here in presenting the strategy roadmap. Again, the strategy roadmap is designed to provide us some clear goals and expectations for how we move the work forward. So it doesn't define the work, but it defines the process for doing the work. And then simultaneously, it allows us to really bring in those who are most directly impacted by racial disparities to drive solutions. One of the things that we know is that for some time, and oftentimes I should say, when government gets involved in doing racial equity work and does that alone and without really having those who are most directly impacted by disparities at the table, the sort of quick solutions or fixes that we may think are best don't always go over well with those communities who are desperately needing that assistance. And so we want to be intentional about being thoughtful and saying, this work is urgent, but it's also important. So we want to take the time to allow the community to drive our solutions instead of doing that on our own. and the strategy roadmap provides a sort of a process for how we can do that. And then in the next slide, I'll talk about, how long does each phase last? So it's important to note here that in this roadmap, the phases are a guide for what work needs to be accomplished. And so it doesn't represent like a concrete timeline. So phase 1 is not year 1, and phase 2 is not year 2. Because ideally phase 3 is when racial disparities are eliminated, right? So this is not sort of an annual a timeline, but essentially these are the things that we need to do in order to get where we want to be. In each phase describing those key initiatives. And then lastly, we recognize that this work is urgent, and that urgency will and can be reflected in staff's progression through each stage, right? So again, it doesn't sort of limit us to any particular year. We'll continue to move through the work and move through the work as urgently as possible, as quickly as possible. And so here in the next slide, just another summary, because this was one of the questions that we heard from the council back in August. The question was, well, when are we going to define the work that would really inform the execution? So when are we going to say these are the things that we need to do to address racism or to eliminate those inequities and social determinants of health? And so just reiterating here, staff recommends that a strategic plan for addressing inequities and social determinants of health be developed in collaboration with the community, utilizing that task force process that I've described above. So sort of the answer to that question is that we won't define the work. The community will do that with us. And then lastly, the community developed strategic plan will identify the timeframes, the start and end dates. And so at some point we will have like a plan for, timeframes, start and end dates and things of that nature. But that will be sort of a byproduct of that task force process. And so at this point, I am going to turn it over to Maureen to walk us through the draft resolution.
Thanks, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Good evening. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. So the draft resolution, you should each have a copy of it in the packet. I'll just kind of go over it in a high-level sort of manner. This declares racism as a public health crisis and commits to addressing it as such. So it really is kind of a preliminary step in the longer process. It makes a commitment that the following steps will come forward in the future. It captures best practices. So what we did is pulled up all of the other Minnesota declarations on this topic that we could find: Olmsted County, Minneapolis, Minnesota House of Representatives, Hennepin County, Ramsey County, and kind of separated them out and compared them from the background information that they provide and the action steps that they provide, and analyzed which of the elements that were there were already in Bloomington's racial equity business plan, which ones we could add, and what would really fit in with Bloomington. And so then we took the background information and other information that was relevant to Bloomington, and those went into the whereases of the resolution. And then the action steps we put into the now therefore portion of the resolution. And we added other items that were specific to our organization. So it outlines some immediate steps, a few key points, acknowledging the impact of racism on health inequalities, committing to the process of health in all policies. So considering how work other than just public health work affects health, right? Thinking about zoning decisions can affect health, or roads or transit systems can impact health, or housing or parks or public safety or community engagements. These all have an impact on health in some elements. So the idea that you consider that in a broader scope of decision making. And then it creates a task force that involves staff and members of the community, including residents, schools, businesses, nonprofits, and regional government. And in terms of funding and structure, it sets up a community-driven approach for developing a strategic plan, and then directs the city to explore internal funding and support, and also a racial equity fund to support equity work in the community.
So Mayor and Council, one of the things that we heard from you back in August was, so we adopt this resolution, how do we hold ourselves accountable? And so we've got several ways that we are going to do that. One is with regular updates to the City Council as outlined in the Racial Equity Business Plan. We also are looking at routine community reports, monthly reports regarding progress on the Racial Equity Business Plan to the community. Also, an annual community report that would show how the city is performing in various equity indicators. It would map out different equity indicators across the city. This will require quite a bit of tech work to set up, so we're looking at about a year out for this particular report. And then also community health assessments that are being performed by public health. These will dovetail with the racial equity indicators. And public health is gathering quite a bit of data and really on a quarterly and an annual basis. And that information will all flow into the other reports that we are planning to monitor progress. So with that, that is our presentation for tonight. We have several questions for you, Council and Mayor. And before we walk you through those, just want to find out if you have any questions for us first.
Council, before we dive into the questions that they have prepared, any specific questions regarding the information that you've heard thus far? Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just a couple of quick ones. So noting that we're going to be implementing, and have approved the racial equity business plan and health and all policies. I guess health and all policies, I understand kind of conceptually what it is and what we're trying to accomplish with it. But functionally, what does that look like? Is that a set of criteria we're running through on policy decisions? What, if you can just kind of inform me on that.
I'll direct that question to Nick Kelly.
Dr. Kelly. Dr. Kelly, I believe you're still muted.
Sorry, good old double mute. Health and all policies is a process and a framework for thinking about decision making. So similar to the way a staff report comes to council now that says this conforms with our comprehensive plan, we'd be able to set a criteria for how a proposed policy or a change to city practice would benefit or negatively impact the health of the community that it would be the recipient of that project or process. So you could look at, building sidewalks would increase physical activity, but it would come at a financial cost. And it's a process for helping balance that to provide more information for council to use in their decision-making process.
Okay, gotcha. And other quick question, thank you for that. With regards to the strategic planning process around this, I really appreciate that we're taking a really purposeful view of kind of building out our plan informed by community voices and then moving forward. It was mentioned that this could be modeled kind of what we did with the CBAC. I guess, is it necessary to bring in outside consulting resources for this from a staff capacity standpoint or an expertise in working in racial equity? Or is this something that we could kind of handle internally if possible?
I'm going to direct that question to Faith Jackson.
Thank you, Councilman Morton, for the question. It sort of depends. So the reason why we're bringing in the outside consultants is because doing that will allow us to be more effective in this process. So I don't want to say that it's impossible to do it without that, but it's definitely more effective that way. The reasons why is sort of just staff capacity. As you all know, we have one person in the racial equity coordinator role. And so to take on that process, and it'll be sort of a significant investment of time, wouldn't allow much time to do some of the other things that we have going on in the city. And we want to make sure that we're keeping pace with the racial equity action teams and the business plan and some of those things, and that we don't fall behind in that. So from a staff capacity perspective, that's one of the reasons why we want to outsource that. The other thing is really focus about developing trust and getting that buy-in. And so similar to how, before we said we really want to spend some time starting to have this conversation with community members and make sure that they have buy-in for what we're doing. What I through personal experience and then also just sort of looking at other cities who've done similar initiatives is that bringing in that outside facilitator really sort of takes it away from this is the city saying we need to do something. And it really provides an opportunity for city staff to be at the table and be involved in the conversation as opposed to leading the conversation. And oftentimes it helps with sort of the trust from community, saying that this was everybody connected, working together to build a product. And in doing so, you get more buy-in at the end once the product is in place.
Excellent. Thank you all very much.
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Faith, good evening. I appreciate the information that you shared with us. And the first question I have is where's the Bloomington Board of Education in their adoption of a racial equity resolution?
So Councilmember Beloga, thank you for the question. I'm not familiar with the resolution that you're referring to. At least I don't think so. Just in hearing you frame the question that way. We talked about looking at best practices and we did some research into what other counties were doing and what were things that were happening at the state. It's definitely something that staff can look into to go back and revisit that resolution and see how it connects with the work that we're doing in the city of Bloomington. The other thing that I would add is that really the strength of this task force process is that once we start to move forward in this way, if this is something that the council gives the green light for, we'll spend some time making sure that we have the right people at the table and that we're really engaging all of those necessary voices in the work and working together collectively to advance racial equity throughout the city.
Okay, I was asking because I believe in August that it was mentioned during a presentation that the Bloomington Board of Education was also looking at initiatives to address racism within the school district. So I wondered where they are since they're a very important partner to us. Does the manager wish to weigh in on that? Does he have any update for us?
Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Beloga, I'm not aware if they have advanced any particular initiatives. As Faith said, we'll follow up with the school district and find out. We have our community partners meeting tomorrow afternoon. We'll ask them at that point.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Faith, in reading in the resolution the items that are listed, the directives, the 13 directives, these are pretty broad and all-encompassing. And so for definition, it says that we're going to undertake a review of all policies and, amend them to enter, to correct them for any racial inequities. Are policies as it's written synonymous with ordinances, for instance?
Councilmember Beloga, thank you for the question. I would say it depends here too. And so, yes, when we talk about looking at all policies, that includes ordinances, primarily the process of looking at, inequities in a proposed ordinance or something that we're about to adopt would be utilizing the racial equity impact assessment tool to do that work. But so in addition to assessing what we're doing before we bring a policy forth or before it becomes an ordinance or new direction, we will be looking at sort of our existing policies. So an example of what we're referring to in the resolution there can be found in our HR department. So in the city of Bloomington right now, we're going through and looking at some of the different policies and procedures that we have that are related to human resources and seeing where there are opportunities to improve those processes or to change things to make those processes more equitable. But it definitely could include an ordinance as well.
Yeah, and I find it hard to, while I support the idea of the resolution, what I find is the softness in the language doesn't give me a crisp understanding of what it is that we're being asked to approve. Mm-hmm. So I find it uncomfortable with that. And in that regard, I also find that the resources that are needed are mentioned many times, but are not defined. So do we have resources in the 2021 budget, which is item for later this evening, to fully execute the plan that was just presented?
Thank you, Councilmember Logan, for the question. I'll tackle the first part and I'll defer to the city manager as it relates to what's in the budget. But you bring up a good point about, that the resources aren't defined. And part of that is where, as I spoke before, as we continue to move this work forward and we're developing this community-driven strategic plan, the outcomes of that plan, or so the direction, the things that are included in that plan will help determine what those resource needs are. Also, you talked about that it's a little uncomfortable, and quite frankly, that's something we hear a lot with racial equity work. It's not the traditional work of government where there's a 1+1 = 2 model for how to do things. It requires us to be a little uncomfortable. It requires us to sort of trust the process and not always know exactly where we will land in terms of sort of like how we get there. Of course, the overarching goal is to advance racial equity. So I understand those concerns. But what staff is recommending and what we're asking of the council is to further and invest in the work that we're doing. And as it relates to the resolution, really amplifying the things that were included in the racial equity business plan. And so when we talk about addressing policies and ordinances and things of that nature, there's something that the city is already committed to do with the racial equity business plan. This just really fine tunes that. And then I'll defer to the city manager for the latter part of the question, if you just to take that.
Mr.
Mayor, council members, Councilmember Beloga, the question on the resources will be a discussion when we are looking at the council strategic priorities for the coming year. The Strategic Priorities Fund is the place where we've typically asked the council to prioritize certain amounts of work and then make decisions about how you want to resource them. And we're planning to bring that strategic priorities discussion to the council in January or February of the coming year to lay out what it is that you want to focus on and how you want to resource it.
So if I understand correctly, there is no additional staff or funding for consultants to address the issues contained in the resolution and the business plan.
That is correct, Councilmember Beloga. We have not added any new resources into the budget this year.
Okay, that's the clarity I was looking for. Thank you.
I see Councilmember Coulter and then Councilmember Lohman and Councilmember Carter. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think the city manager's last point here just touched on what I was going to get at, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, because I think Councilmember Beloga's point on sort of the I wouldn't say lack of clarity, but sort of intentional use of language in the resolution. Am I just correct in understanding that part of the purpose there is to ensure that it is a community-driven process, that sort of some of the for lack of a better term, deliverables that would come about from this, that they originate from this community-driven process? Am I correct in understanding that?
Thank you, Councilman Coulter, for the question. Absolutely. Staff recommends, and I feel strongly about this, is that before we start to define the work, say we need to hire this particular person to do this particular thing, that we really engage the community in the process of saying, what are those priority issues as it relates to social determinants of health? And then what are some community-driven solutions? So how do we work together with the business community, with our healthcare providers, with the school district, with all of those different stakeholders, and say, how do we collectively address those problems? Quite frankly, on our own as a city entity, we can't address these problems. Like, there isn't any plan that I could put forth that says, here is what we can do as a city to eliminate those racial inequities, because it's work that has to be done as a collective and should be led by those most directly impacted by those disparities.
Thank you. A couple of other quick questions. Just in what's required for each phase, phase one mentions data collection, and I'm wondering if you could tell me a little bit about what would be needed in order to, and maybe this gets into the resource discussion as well, but what would be needed in order to collect sort of the relevant data that would inform this work?
Thank you, Councilman Coulter. I'll take a stab at that, and then I'll ask our Assistant Public Health Administrator, or Acting Public Health Administrator, Nick Kelly, or others to jump in as well. So right now in the city of Bloomington, we're in the process of trying to really assess what those data needs are. We know that we have some information from the census as it relates to sort of income inequalities and housing inequalities and things of that nature. But really being able to move beyond census track and look at how individual neighborhoods are impacted by those things is something that's important for us to do and determine how to do. The other thing is really looking at how do we start to collect information and take in information that we don't currently do right now in the city. So for example, we don't have a way to determine how BIPOC residents or residents in general experience the city as a city employer in terms of services and programs provided, because we don't collect that information in any sort of like customer service feedback form or something that's real time. We have some really good information in our annual survey, and this year we added in some additional questions that really speak to equity. But part of this process is not just sort of collecting the data, but understanding what data needs to be collected, what are we doing in the city, and how do we improve that process. And then, of course, really looking at sort of the, how are we able to report that out? There's some legal things that we have to look into as well in terms of privacy and things of that nature. And so there is a group within the city right now led by our Director of IT Information Technology that's working on that to sort of think through what are the things that we need to collect and how do we do that. But I don't have any sort of additional information to provide in terms of what the resource needs will be. It too will likely depend on what's discovered in this process of organizing the data that we do have and understanding what we need.
Thank you. I think that answers my question well enough. Thank you for that. And then my final question, and maybe this is better directed toward the city manager, but from what it sounds like, to the extent that we know sort of what kind of budget investments or other resource needs would be required, that the plan is that they would come from the strategic priorities budget. And I guess my question is, one, am I correct in understanding that? And two, when can we expect that discussion to take place?
Yep, Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Coulter, yes, that is the intent, is that we would have that as a discussion around the strategic priorities fund allocation and how much you want to resource it at. For the last few years, the council has generally had $750,000 to $1 million of annual allocation from that fund for various projects. And we would intend, as I said, to bring it in January or February to get council input on what you would like that to be, so that we can get rolling very early in the year to affect the plans that you have. So unless you're looking for something more specific than that, sometime in the next 2 months is probably when you will see that discussion coming forward.
That's fine. Thank you.
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a couple of questions here. And some of these may be on your list that you have there, so I apologize, but I just want to kind of tuck these things together. So what's the timeline on trying to push this policy forward? Are we talking March, January, December? What's the time frame on this?
Ms. Kirby?
Councilmember Lohman, I think our intent is to, as soon as we can get a draft resolution passed by council, then to start work immediately. We're already starting work on the racial equity business plan. We have an internal working group that's working on health and all policies and advancing that particular proposal. So our intent is to get started right away.
So theoretically, this draft could come in December prior to the January and February discussion around the financing of this. Is that correct?
Councilmember Lohman, that is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to understand that kind of the workings of how this kind of. So then one other question I have, just looking specifically at the resolution, certainly it's pretty clear around COVID that the city has done extensive data analysis and identification of the discrepancies and the inequity between different demographic groups across the city in terms of their impacts and those inequities that are there. That's clear when we look at that, and I think that certainly that data is out there and it exists as a part of that, and certainly supports moving this particular piece forward. But when I look at some of the other pieces of the resolution, and I'm not sure if I just missed it. So, for example, I see whereas more than 100 studies have linked systemic racism to worst health outcomes. Are any of those studies specific to Bloomington or the Twin Cities metropolitan area? It was a book. I didn't get a chance to purchase that book, but I'm assuming staff looked at that. A lot of the things that are cited here, certainly are great resources. In fact, I work for some of these places, but I'm looking specifically for, if we're creating a crisis. Certainly, we've proven it with the COVID piece. I just talked about that. But what are the other elements, that define what the issue is that we're trying to get at here from this demographic kind of standpoint? I'm just trying to kind of take a step back. If I'm not a person who knows like that, so that's kind of my first kind of question that I have with that. And then certainly with COVID, I think that Ms. Jackson talked about it quite well and quite eloquently about the idea that we're not going to be able to be the resolvers of all of these circumstances and situations, which is not a here nor there kind of thing. But the question that I have as a policymaker, as I look at this, is how do we know that we've achieved what it is that we have not defined in our resolution? How do we know that we've gotten to the point to where we have accomplished, this particular crisis? So another way of putting it is, I know we asked the question earlier, when will we define the work that will inform the execution? But the what seems to be missing in the resolution. And so how do we know that we've achieved the remedy for the crisis in X years? So what's the data point that moves, within there? And maybe it's in the business plan. So just help me to kind of understand those first two pieces there. We have a resolution out here. Where's Bloomington kind of cited beyond COVID? And then two, the other things that we're documenting, and then once we've achieved that, I guess it's three questions. Sorry, how do we know we've achieved the particular goal there? So if you can help me with those three things, that would be helpful.
I think I'll turn this over to either Faith or to Nick to respond to your three questions.
And I'll take a stab at it, and then Nick, feel free, to join in as well. And Diane, if you would help me by going back to, I think it's slide 4, where we have the bar high diagram of those sort of social determinants of health. I'll pull that up as I speak. But Councilmember Lumen, you bring up a good question about, your first question is sort of in the data that's provided in the resolution, how does that speak to things that are happening with Bloomington? And perhaps Marina or Nick can speak more to the things that were cited there. But I want to draw your attention to this slide, because here we talk about, where do we have those health inequities and what are those social determinants of health? And so here listed on these things are things like housing, transportation, income, et cetera, right? Access to healthcare, all of those different things. And so what we know in the city of Bloomington is for all of those things, whether it's housing or income or educational attainment, all of those different social determinants of health, we have racial disparities in each and every one of those indicators. And we presented that, data to the council. And so I'm not really sure if the reports in the resolution speak directly to those things that are experienced in Bloomington, but we know that.
And I guess that's my point specifically. And I get it. We've certainly, and certain other places we've talked about those things. Mm-hmm. And certainly we use the other models of these other things, but I want to see those things coalesce so that when folks read the resolution or or we're pointing folks towards the information as to where we're citing what the problem is specific to Bloomington. I mean, I think that's, I think any resident should be able to look at the resolution and really say, okay, hey, here's what the problem is in Bloomington, or you might say the opportunity that we need to kind of get after. And certainly, I think, I'm not saying we don't need to have these other things in there. I think this helps to support that, but we really have to I think we got to tie in what's happening here in Bloomington, because, we can't just in my opinion, we can't assume that all councils are going to know what we know right now. And so I think this, by placing that information specific to Bloomington, memorializes it there so that past councils can kind of go back and go, yep, this is what they were talking about. I mean, I just remember just a couple of days ago, a couple meetings ago, we had a whole thing where we had a discussion about the aeration. And we had no idea what that council wanted or what they wanted to kind of move forward with on that particular item, because nobody on staff, only one person on staff had been there and nobody on council was there. And so I just want to be sure that when we're putting together this draft, that we're really specific about what we're trying to overcome here in Bloomington that's different than other parts of the Twin Cities metropolitan area, different parts of Minnesota. We've got a unique community here, and here's an opportunity for us to define that specific in terms of what we're trying to do. That would just be my comment in terms of how we could enhance this particular resolution.
Yeah. Hey, Councilmember Lohman, I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. What I'm hearing is that this isn't a question about do we have the information, it's more about how that's included in the resolution. And I think we can definitely go back and add those things to the resolution. And then Nick, I know we included in a previous presentation some information that was very specific to health inequities that was collected via the public health survey. So I don't know if you want to speak to that, but perhaps we can include that in the resolution as well.
Yeah, and I think if you understand that, I don't need to have the explanation. I think I led off by saying that we talked about COVID. Staff has done a fantastic job of describing those inequities from the demographic standpoint with respect to what's happening here in Bloomington. When I read the resolution, I was expecting to kind of see that placed in there to kind of this is a crisis in Bloomington. Certainly it's a crisis across the nation. And across the world, if you will, but I think that for policymakers here in Bloomington, we need to be specific about Bloomington and really get into the crux of that, because I think once we pass this thing, that's not the time to put that data in there. I want us to drive towards trying to get these inequities, and then not just the city. It's got to be a whole community piece. The proverb there says it best that Nick put forward, but that's what I'm hoping to kind of see within in our resolution. But maybe that's just one council member's want.
Thanks for sharing.
And then,
Councilmember Lohman, was your question addressed there? Was your question answered, or?
I think staff gets it. I think staff understands. I don't need to go into that detail. I didn't get the answers to some other pieces of it. That's okay. We can cover that when we get through the other questions we've got there on the slides. One other piece I wanted to just ask from a resource standpoint. I just want to be sure that I'm crystal clear. So what first is going to happen is we're going to pass this resolution, and then we will deal with the staffing of this later on. Is that my understanding of this? And I guess my question of that is, how does that work? Because there's so much, we talk about, we want to bring in folks from the outside. How do we ensure we're going to do that? It just seems like we've kind of got the cart before the horse here.
And I think that's one of the questions I think that we need to resolve this evening. If you look at the last on the list of questions that staff has brought forward is, what are your thoughts about adopting the resolution in a meeting in December? And what I'm hearing from you and from a couple of others perhaps is that maybe this does need to go hand in hand with our discussion about strategic priorities, whether that's in January or late or into February. Because yes, it does make sense to, if we are going to pass this, I don't want to simply pass this and then not resource it. I don't want to pass it in word only or pass it and then with the expectation that we are going to move forward with our strategic priority monies to this specific effort. So I do think it's a discussion that needs to happen in combination, one with the other, before we can move forward.
Yeah, that last question, Mayor, I think you've said it best. Yeah, in fact, I don't think I could support this without having that resource clearly defined and before we pass this thing. I won't have my support of this if we don't have that figured out before we move forward with this.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have just a couple. So first, a clarifying question. So this section right now is for questions, and then we'll have more discussion later on, or if there's some comments that I want to make, should I do that now?
Yes, that's the case. I think a lot of it is melding together in a lot of different ways, but I think yes, that's we're asking specific questions, and then we'll have questions that staff wants us to address specifically as we wrapped up council specific questions on this.
Okay, great. I will just ask my very specific questions then. So in the resolution, there's a whereas versus health statistics in Bloomington show significant and substantial racial disparities in overall health as well as in the impact of COVID-19. And so maybe that would be like an easy point, just or a section of the resolution where a couple of data points could be added in terms of some of the kind of broader issues that we're dealing with. But I personally would like to keep it broad enough to be able to adapt and be flexible from year to year as different issues arise in our community, and we might need to pivot a little bit. But I do think it makes total sense since you already have the language there, health statistics in Bloomington show. Of course, my monitor turns off. And then then a question. So number 8, improve the city's ability to collect needed data to inform racial equity work. I do wonder if you have had conversations about not just the need to collect data to inform the work, but also to track progress. I mean, do we need to have a couple of words there? I just feel like we have a lot of opportunity as a city kind of across the board to have kind of more almost like data dashboards, like tracking our progress and being really public about that. And I know you have reporting and everything around reporting in the presentation, but I'm just wondering if it should be in this point and if you discuss that.
Yes, Councilmember Carter. Yes, in fact, we have talked about the tracking part of it. Part of it is just the fact that right now data collection is not as simple as it could or should be. And so part of that is we're trying to fix the whole data collection part of this, but then that also then leads to the tracking piece of it too. But we can certainly add language around tracking it as well.
Got it. And I definitely understand the challenges around data. I know when I was running last year, I was trying to find racial equity data for Bloomington, and it was quite the challenge. So then my second question related to number 12, create a racial equity fund. And then it says to explore internal funding. And I'm wondering what kind of conversations that you had around that specific language around internal funding. And I'm just wondering about external funding sources. So for example, at least in the past, I know SHIP has funded health and all policies work. I'm guessing that in the philanthropic community right now, racial equity work is going to be like the top priority for most funders. And so was that an intentional decision to say internal funding, or are you also going to be considering external funding sources?
Faith, would you like to take that question?
Sure. Thank you, Councilman Carter, for the question. We are exploring those external funds both right now. So actually are trying to put together a list of different grants that we can apply for. And we started to do some of that work as well. And then when we were drafting the resolution, one of the things that we discussed was how can we partner with organizations like the Bloomington Foundation and to maybe encourage them or talk to them about creating some sort of racial equity fund that they could then provide resources to community members who are doing this work. That's a model that we see as a best practice in other cities, right? That you're reaching out to those partners for funding for the work. And so, of course, we want to be intentional about continuing to do that, to look for those resources But in addition to that, also saying that, we're going to look outside for funds, but we do need to explore our own internal efforts for funding. And that really sort of connects to the conversation that was had before about, the strategic planning and where the funding for this work comes from.
Definitely. Great. Okay, that is my last question.
Oh, and Councilmember Carter, I did have one other point to your data question, which I'm hoping this will be sort of a highlight or a bright spot in the conversation, is that recently through our partnership with ESRI, they are providing some free resources for being able to not do the sort of tracking, but the reporting of some of those racial equity data work. And so once we're at the process where we've been able to collect some of that data, we do have some free resources that we can take advantage of to do some of those indicators and reporting out. And so it's just another example of how we're exploring various options to move this work forward.
To that point, one more point I'll make. Health plans do have some new kind of data capabilities where they can actually look at members and where they live and like the zip codes and health outcomes. And so I do wonder if, we have a local health plan right here in Bloomington with Health Partners and but a couple other different healthcare organizations that I just kind of am curious if they would be willing to share some of that data too as we start to look at the different types of measurements that we can use to track progress.
So Councilmember Carter, that is something we're currently doing and has been an ongoing project with the health systems here in the metro. It's been a pilot project that we've been working on for going on year 4 now with Hennepin County and the city of Minneapolis and the health systems that serve. And we had our first pilot project results that came out right before COVID hit, and all that work got paused, and that work transitioned into a lot of using electronic medical records to help drive COVID response work. So that work directly impacted our health system's ability to manage COVID. And it'll pick back up shortly as COVID starts winding down in the future.
That's great. I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you for that update.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe that I have 3 questions. First of all, I'm just trying to make sense of the commissions and task force. In phase 2, it talks about convening a racial equity commission. In item 13, it talks about a task force. Bloomington already has a public health advisory board. Sorry if I got that name wrong. That part of its goal is to integrate health in all decisions within the community. And then we obviously have the other group that is working on equality and equity issues within the community, the Human Rights Commission. And what I'm trying to understand is, one, why the creation of new commissions, task force, groups of people within the community to work on this if we have some structure already there? What are the kind of the pros and cons of that? And then 2, if it does make sense to have these other new groups set up, which it very well might, how will we define the roles of each of those and how they interact so that there isn't confusion on who to go to, where to go, those types of things?
Ms. Kirby?
Faith, would you like to address that?
Ms. Jackson?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Nelson. Thank you for the question. To the first question about the difference between the task force as described in the materials and the commission that's described in the PowerPoint presentation in phase 2. So the task force is just a name that we started to use to describe the process of bringing together community members and different stakeholders to develop that community-driven strategic plan. So you may recall back in July when I presented to the council, we talked about we would do some rapid response measures, and then we would have this process where we would go out and speak to the community and talk about different categories where we know we have race disparity, like housing, et cetera, and things of that nature, and then develop a plan from that. So it's the same work, just a different name. But essentially, the reason why we want to make sure that we are bringing in people from many different sectors is because we understand that to address those social determinants of health, we need all of those different sectors in addition to the community represented there. And so that's why we'll be creating sort of a new group to do that work. It's also has proven to be sort of a best practice for really getting buy-in for the work, right? And so making sure that people feel invested in developing the plan. Where we talk about the commission in phase two, that would be after this task force has already put forth a plan. And that commission, if that's something that we would choose to move forward with, would be the body that sort of helps keep the council and staff accountable to the plan that we've developed. And so you're right. We have amazing commissioners both in the advisory board of public health and also on our human rights commission who can be supportive of this work. But again, here it would be about making sure that we have the different perspectives that are needed to help analyze the work that we're doing, and we may not necessarily have that within those two individual groups, the sort of other stakeholders that would need to be involved in that process.
And I
Thank
would
you for
add
the
too that this work is very. I would add too this work is very specific to racial equity. So other than HRC, the Advisory Board of Health, their work is much more broad based. So I think that's the other reason why we'd be looking at a separate task force and commission.
But I very much appreciate the clarification on that. One suggestion I might make is consider a person from the Board of Health and from the Human Rights Commission to be serving on these task force and commissions. So there's at least some liaison between the two groups or three groups or four, however many groups there are. Second question I have, going to the question of resources. You had talked about and explained the reason for looking at a consultant. One of those reasons was that there's only one Ms. Jackson here working on this issue directly, kind of on a full-time basis. So staffing in order to keep these things moving forward is a concern. So maybe working with consultants to do that. And so the only thing, and I don't know if this is a question or just a thought, that give some thought to if it would make sense to kind of skip the consultant and go directly to staffing, and how that might work if we were able to provide that additional staff. Would that allow us to do this internally without consultants? If we're eventually looking at getting there anyways. Just, I guess, a thought. If you got any comments, I'd certainly take feedback on it. But I know that wasn't the only point that you had raised in terms of why consultants and some of the expertise they bring and community buy-in were other points on that. So my third, and this, my third item here, which is more of a question, is if we do try to tie the passage of this with the strategic priorities discussion in January or February, are we missing any opportunities? Are we delaying any of your work that could get started prior to that discussion?
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. To that point, as we talked about in the different phases, the most immediate next step is to start to convene this task force, right, of different stakeholders to develop the strategic plan. So once we've had that conversation, then we can, if we make the determination to work with a consultant or however we plan to move that forward, then we can start that process. And so that would be the thing that is most impacted by delaying the conversation. And then I'll defer to Diane or Nick to maybe speak to some other things that you think may be delayed. As we mentioned before, some of the things in the resolution are really just saying continuing to do the work and expanding on the work of the racial equity business plan. So some of that work is already underway. And we continue regardless as to what decision is made as to whether it's in December or January.
I would agree with Faith. We're just looking at first quarter 2021. That's not that far away. I don't think we're looking at delaying any work if we waited until then.
Thank you. That's good to know. Good to know. So I do have one question before we dive into the specific questions and get through those that the staff is asking about. So Ms. O'Brien mentioned that the different jurisdictions and the other groups that have adopted their have declared racism as a public health issue. Hennepin County, I believe, Minneapolis, St. Paul, the state legislature. Just wondering where their progress is. Do we have a status update as to the work that they're doing, what they've accomplished, what their directions or work goals have been laid out? Did anybody have an update on that or no?
Actually, I believe Faith has an update on what's happening on both the county and the state level.
Thank you, Diane. I will say that we had conversation with Hennepin County. We had some conversations with representatives from the state about the work that they're doing. I don't have a specific update though on where they are. For many of them, the resolution was fairly recent. But what I will say is that many of the things that were included in some of those resolutions speak to what the individual organizations can do. Right. And those are some of the things that we had already addressed with the racial equity business plan. And so if you take a look at some of those things that are included in the action items, they are fairly similar to what's here in the resolution. It's just continue to do some of the work that was already happening. And then some of those organizations do report out their progress on their websites and things of that nature. Also, some of those organizations have also convened commissions or task force, as we're suggesting to the council today. And so I can definitely circle back with the council and provide a more detailed update on what some of those organizations are doing if it's available.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. That would be helpful. So, Council, next up, staff has prepared the 5 questions that are at the end of the presentation. I think they're on the screen in front of you. They are in front of me. There they are. And I think we have touched on each of these questions, at least in some ways, I think, and different points and different questions that have been brought up and different statements that the council has made. But I want to make sure that everybody has a crack at asking these or answering these questions, or specifically bringing forward any ideas or thoughts they would have on any of these 5. And we can go in order, we can bounce around, or we can just kind of work our way through them. But I do think for staff's sake, just to make sure that we can shape their work moving forward, I just want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to answer these questions. Councilmember Coulter?
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I guess I would say, looking at these questions, my initial reaction to the draft resolution is I think it's good. I think it hits the relevant points. I'm not, to my mind, I'm not sure how important it is to have specific data and data points and all of that in a resolution like this. I think, it's not as though, sorry, my phone just buzzed. It's not as though I think a lot of folks are going to be reading the legalese of the resolution itself. So I think the draft of it works. To my point earlier as well, given that the plan is to have this be a community-driven conversation, I'm comfortable with the language. I think, I guess from my perspective, the second, third, and fourth questions, I don't know that I, off the top of my head right now, have anything to add. I guess, my one question, we've had this discussion about, about how we should talk about the resources that would be involved with this. And I think that's a perfectly legitimate question to ask. I wonder, it's rare that we see the kind of interest and momentum, frankly, that we've seen on this issue. We've all gotten the emails from folks in the community, from the Bloomington Chamber, from board and commission chairs, from other different businesses and organizations. And I would just, given those expectations, given those, given that momentum, I would not, if it doesn't impact the work, that's one thing, but I would just be a little reticent about letting our foot off the gas in that regard. So what I would wonder is, and I don't know how good of an answer I can get on this, if maybe instead of saying, or how possible would it be if instead of saying we'll finish this conversation when we talk about the strategic priorities fund, could we, insofar as it's possible, insofar as we can get the information that we need, talk about at least a portion of the strategic priorities fund when in a December meeting when we adopt this resolution, knowing of course that we'll come back and have a fuller conversation about the strategic priorities fund. But could we do it that way? Could we sort of flip the script on it and say, these are, knowing that that's some 3 weeks from now and maybe not enough time to put things together. Could we have a good enough idea of the resources that would be needed from the strategic priorities fund to get this to a December meeting?
I think that's a good question, Councilmember Coulter, and I don't know specifically the answer. I do know that our 3 meetings in December are full. I mean, we've got a lot going on in December, the least of which being, of course, the budget presentation or the budget decision, the truth and taxation hearing. My biggest concern is I agree. There is momentum around this. There is definitely momentum. We've seen the support from the community. I think we've heard the support from the council, but at the same time, we're talking an extra 30 to 45 days is my guess. We got this initial presentation in August, and here it is, the last day of November, and we're taking the next steps and moving this forward. Personally, I don't feel that we'd slow the momentum much if we did hold this off until after the new year, when we had talked about, when we had originally thought about the discussion for strategic priorities. And I'll chime in now. I think the discussion needs to go hand in hand. I don't think we can make one discussion without another, have one discussion without another, make one decision without the other, because I would hate to pass this resolution and then not provide the resources, as I said, or the other way around. I would hate to pass this resolution and then pre-commit the resources from our strategic priorities fund without having that discussion that we'd want to have after the first of the year sometime. And so, yes, there is momentum. Yes, there is urgency. I don't know that the urgency is such that we can't hold off until early in the first quarter of next year and to make the decision and to continue this discussion. Councilmember Martin?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I share similar sentiments, so I won't reiterate, but I will just add in, I understand staff's concern about, or not concern, but recognizing opportunity to leverage outside consultants to kind of serve as neutral third parties facilitating the community conversation. And I just think this might be a good case study to look at, kind of along the lines Councilmember Nelson had mentioned a bit ago. How can we empower our staff internally to help facilitate some of these broader community conversations? I think we're doing it in a lot of ways right now, obviously through CBAC, the Parks Master Plan, that also involves consultants, but staff's been really active on it. Going all the way back to our site exploration for community center. I think with the restructuring of the department and our investments in the co-ed team, it might be an opportunity to learn from some of these consulting groups that we've already brought on, figure out best practices we can shamelessly copy, and then invest in those staff resources to be able to make that replicable over the longer term. I would just I recognize the value of consultants in this area. I would just love to be able to start taking some of these ideas now and internalizing them, as opposed to 3 or 4 projects from now where we're still looking at consultants as kind of our first blush.
Council, looking at the questions here, is there anything we still need additional clarification on? Anything you're not clear as to whether it's the process or terms or the definitions? Councilmember Beloga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, Mr. Mayor, that you laid it out well about creating essentially an unfunded mandate to pass this resolution prior to determining where the funding for it would come. And since we're still in the budget cycle, I'm having a difficult time wrapping my mind around why this isn't part of the 2021 budget discussion. Because it's certainly something that we've been talking about, as you indicated earlier. We did the work plan in August. We've been, staff has concurrently been working on budgets, and it would just seem logical to meld the two together. The reason I say all this is the strategic priorities fund has always been reasonably well used for items. A number of reoccurring items come out of there, and it pretty well taps that fund out. And I know that, about a year and a half ago, sometime like that, we were looking at it, and there was, needs for the strategic priorities fund that drove that fund to zero in a couple years. So it would seem to me, without any additional information, that what we're going to be asked to do is create priorities for that, which means if we do that, we will unfund some of the other things that we're doing out of strategic priorities, such as the housing funds that we contribute each year to the HRA to do targeted improvement areas. So, I just don't have enough information at this point so that I want to support the resolution, but I don't feel in good conscience that I can, because of the unanswered questions about funding, and particularly why it's not part of the 2021 budget.
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. And I think, frankly, you could ask that question about anything in our strategic priorities funding plan. I mean, why is the housing improvement plan program, why is that not part of the budget? Why is that not just baked into the budget? There are other pieces of that. The other things that have been funded through the years, they certainly could have been part of the budget. They end up being as one of our strategic priorities, and as the name implies, it's a strategic priorities fund. It's something that doesn't necessarily automatically guarantee funding from year to year, but it has to do with the council's strategic priorities at that time. So, I mean, you bring up a good point, council member, and I guess we could look at it in different ways. If does it make sense to roll all of these items into the budget, or does it make sense to be able to parse them out and to talk about them individually based on the strategic priorities at the time of the council? Councilmember Lohman.
So, thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question, just of an interest to me, to staff. Has any of the other cities or other institutions that have looked at this, government institutions, put this as an ordinance rather than a resolution?
Ms. Jackson or Ms. Kirby, any ideas on that, or is that something we need to dig into a little bit more as well?
Actually, I don't recall, Councilmember Lohman and Mayor. I don't remember seeing an ordinance, and I will throw this over to Maureen O'Brien to see if she's aware of any in her research, but I don't recall an actual ordinance.
Ms. O'Brien?
Yes, I'm looking through my chart right now, and it looks like it's resolutions, and then Ramsey County was a policy statement. So none of the ones that I've reviewed for this project were ordinances.
And the reason why I kind of asked that question is, a resolution to me is not as permanent as a piece of the ordinance. And so I'm just curious about, is that something that can be done? Is that something that, we could put it in there so that, we would have this from a longer standpoint? Is there a bigger threshold? What would be the downfall of trying to get this into our ordinance?
Councilmember Lohman, that's certainly something we can look into.
Council, additional thoughts? We've got, we're still on item 1 here on our agenda. We've got some other biggies that we've got to get to tonight, and I don't want to cut this good discussion off, but I just want to make sure that we keep moving this evening. And if the thought is that we want to hold off adoption of this resolution until we have a better handle as to what the funding might be, if that is the case, I'd like to move forward with that. If there are other thoughts, if we do want to move forward one way or another with this, we can certainly do that as well. But if that seems to be the consensus, I'd like to try and move on so we can get to some of the other items on our agenda this evening. Councilmember Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just about to put my hand down just to be cognizant of time. I just was going to add that I totally respect my colleagues' opinions and preferences as it relates to making sure that we have budget allocation and understand the resources available for this work before passing the resolution. I support that. But I do just want to emphasize that, my preference would be that if we can get this done, in January, I would really like to see it done sooner rather than later. And so totally understand, and I'm on the same page about the budget. But again, I feel like I just don't want it to be, I don't want the process to go longer than it's absolutely needed. And so I also wanted to thank the staff for all of the work on this. It's so robust. It's really incredible work that's been pulled together. It's comprehensive. I really appreciate the fact that you were very specific about collaboration with partners, intersectionality, and accountability. I think those are critical pieces, and I really, really appreciate the work that you're doing, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carter. So if we can get the staff to commit that we will bring this discussion just in general about this resolution, about our strategic priorities, about the strategic priority fund, if we can bring that forward in January, as Councilmember Carter said, sooner rather than later, so we can have this discussion and flesh this out and figure this out. If people are comfortable with that, because I don't sense a lot of comfort right now with moving forward. I don't sense complete comfort in moving forward with this without knowing all of those unanswered questions. Is that a legitimate reading of the room here? If that is not a legitimate reading of the room, pipe up and yell at me right now. But otherwise, I think if that is the case, I think that's what I'd like to try and do so we can get moving on. Is that okay? Why don't we plan on that? Why don't we ask staff if we could make sure that we have this discussion, this strategic priorities and strategic priority funds discussion early as possible in January. And obviously, this will be an important question. This resolution and this proposal will be an important part of that question as we discuss that. All right?
All right. We will commit to that, Mayor. Thank you very much.
And thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Let's move on to item 3.2. A process proposal for our city boards and commissions. We've been talking about this for a while also, the best way to make sure that our city's boards and commissions not only reflect the city in general, but also that our selection process and how we pull them all together and what we ask them to do is reasonable and fair and equitable and makes sense. And so we asked staff to take a look at this, and I know they have been working on this, and our co-ed team. And I see Emily Larson and I see Nancy Brewster from our co-ed team, and I see them on the screen, and I'll turn it over to them to dive into this. Thanks for being with us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Bussey. I'm just going to get my screen situated here. And I did want to just do a quick check on time. I know our original intent was to be with you for about 90 minutes and wanted to get clarity on whether or not that has changed or we should adjust in any way based on the first item on our agenda.
Emily, I would recommend that I would say get the information to us, but to to move it along as quickly as you can, and certainly we will as well. We've got, as I said, other biggies on the agenda yet tonight, and want to make sure that we do get to them. But we also want to hear the work that you put into this as well.
Great. Well, thank you, Mayor Bussey. We can certainly adjust. So my name is Emily Larson, and I am here with my colleague Nancy Brewster to talk with you about the board and commission process improvement work that we have been conducting across the city. We've been working over the past few months in collaboration with different groups and staff liaisons and staff who work with boards and commissions. But recognizing that the City Council is a key partner here in this process, tonight is our opportunity to seek input and feedback from you, the City Council, to ensure that your input is incorporated into the final product that we put together when it comes to these process improvement efforts. And so Nancy and I will walk through some recommendations and discussion with you. There's 5 key areas there that you can see on your screen. And as we go through each area, you'll have an opportunity to ask some clarifying questions. And we do have some specific discussion questions that relate to each that we will address with you. And then at the end, we will have some resolve, which will look very similar to what the discussion you just participated in. I do want to point out that you were provided a thinking and reflection page in your packet. And the purpose of that is just to help you organize your thoughts as we go through and to have it in one place. So it's something you can use, maybe you don't. You won't be quizzed or expected to turn it in for grading purposes or anything like that. But what that reflecting page will help us do is reach our conclusion in our closing focused conversation at the end, where we hope to be able to declare some priorities and commitments for moving forward. So I'll briefly point out some areas that are aligning here as we work through this process improvement effort. The first are your priorities, the City Council strategic priorities. Specifically, we're focusing on engagement and transparency and also equity and inclusion. You'll also notice that there are some connections to goals that are identified in the Racial Equity Business Plan that you adopted earlier this year, specifically as it relates to diversifying boards and commissions and ensuring that we hear from all perspectives in this process. And then I also just wanted to point out that our Community Outreach and Engagement Division began coordinating this process in 2020. So we've been collaborating with staff liaisons and others who work with boards and commissions. We've also worked closely with the Racial Equity Coordinator, Legal Department, IT, and Administration to move some of this work forward. And then Nancy will share with you some information about our collaboration with staff liaisons.
Thank you, Emily. Just 1 minute. Sorry, I had a little sign that said my battery is low. Sorry about that. So like Emily said, we've been working with different stakeholders. We invested some time in focused conversations and action planning meetings, and we wanted to hear especially and specifically about from the liaisons, because they work very closely with the commissioners, and they are sort of those boot on the ground type of staff that can hear and give us great insights to the process. So all the boards and commissions were represented, and what we heard and what we learned from the conversations was that there was great interest in working in these 2 identified areas. The first one was recruitment, application, and appointment, and the second one was onboarding. From our conversations, we also began to notice that there were some key themes that were emerging, and those themes were clarity, transparency, consistency, and equity. And we have used those themes to guide our work going forward. Next slide. So from the conversations, we gained some some insights to next steps, and we want to share with you some of our 2020 accomplishments. So one of the first things that we did was work on revamping the webpage for boards and commissions. And basically the landing page, what we did was incorporate a video and use friendlier language. We also have created a SharePoint site that acts as a library for quite a lot of documents that staff liaison can access. And we have been maintaining regular check-in meetings with staff liaisons as a way to connect and share the knowledge. And we've done a little bit of data cleanup, just synthesizing the data that we have on our logistics platform. And once again, we've done this keeping in mind and guided by those principles of, or those themes of clarity, transparency, consistency, and equity. So at this time, I will turn it over to Emily again.
Great, thanks, Nancy. So we've also looked externally when focusing our efforts around this work. And so we've talked with some key contacts at surrounding cities, and we've also done some research on finding some information that's available online. And based on what we've uncovered, there are some best practices that have emerged. So these are things that we've seen across the board from our neighbors. First would be a policy or guidelines for board or commission appointments that's in writing, documented, and available online. We've also seen candidate interviews being conducted in each of the cities that we researched. We see selection criteria or desired qualifications. We see things like new member orientations that are taking place, and also various forms of a packet of materials for board or commission members, similar to a guidebook that encompasses all of the key information that people need to know to be successful in their roles. So from our collaborative efforts, we have developed recommendations around 5 key areas of this process. First, you'll see board and commission policy, recruitment strategy, a revised application, looking at selection process and criteria, and also onboarding. And so we'll dig into each of these 5 areas. And as I mentioned earlier, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions, which I'll call out those opportunities for you, and you can use the raise hand feature as we've been doing this evening. And you'll also see these 4 key themes emerge in each of these recommendations. So let's dive in. First, when we think about a board or commission policy, currently we have our boards and commissions established in city code. And what you see in that language are things around the functions of board or commissions, requirements of commissioners, information on terms, things about conflict of interest, the conduct of meetings, just to name a few. What's not included in that language currently is clarity around a recruitment strategy, selection criteria, more robust information about how appointments are made, that sort of thing. Therefore, what we're recommending is to develop a policy that provides more documented clarity on how boards and commissions operate at the City of Bloomington. And so that would build upon some of the information that we've identified as missing. And our goal here is to ensure more transparency for the public so that when people are looking into the process and curious about how it works, thinking about applying, we have that information accessible to them. We'll also be partnering with the legal department in this effort, and we have been thus far. And the goal is to come back to you next year to have City Council adopt a formal policy in 2021. And so that's just an overarching recommendation, and we will dig into what those areas entail as we move forward now.
So that brings us to the recruitment process, and we already do quite a little bit here. So I will summarize what is taking place. Basically, when there is a vacancy, the information is shared in city communication channels such as the briefing, the Facebook page, and other social media platforms. We also announce the vacancy to past applicants, and we do a targeted outreach to underrepresented populations through mailings most of the time. The staff liaisons share information and also field questions. And last but not least, we do word of mouth promotion. What we are proposing, some of the recommendations are to document the process through a recruitment plan for boards and commission openings that would reflect the staff liaison's considerations on strengths and gaps of current commission. We're also proposing to expand the marketing and outreach list as we cultivate new relationships to sort of expand on the board and commission's descriptions by incorporating something like what a commissioner might be expected to engage, sort of sample duties. And we would like to work a little bit more mindfully on incorporating welcoming and plain language. And I have to say that we already do some of this. As an example is some of those modifications that we've done to the landing page of the boards and commissions webpage. So with this in mind, Mayor Bussey, council members, I invite you to a very brief conversation on what is appealing to you, what is missing, and what additional questions do you have regarding the recruitment process. Feel free to raise your hand and share your opinion. Okay, so I see.
Councilmember Beloga has a question. Councilmember Beloga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. More of a question or comment than anything. Prior to being elected to City Council, I served on many of our boards and commissions and also served as chair. And I see that through the process, we've identified what the strengths and weaknesses of our boards and commissions are by working with our staff liaisons to those. But we did not, or if I might have missed it, doesn't appear that we spoke to the commission chairs and other commissioners for input. Am I correct in that? And if that is correct, why did we not talk to those two groups of people?
Ms. Brewster? Or Ms. Larson?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Bussey and Councilmember Beloga. You are correct. We did not engage with those groups in this process thus far. That's not to say there's not opportunity for current members or people who serve as chairs to participate in this process as we continue the work. And part of why there's some challenges in bringing those groups together, a lot of it has to do with scheduling and just what it is that we're asking of those groups beyond their regular duties. But I appreciate the suggestion, and we can certainly build that into our work moving forward.
I thank you for that and strongly encourage you to do that. Otherwise, it's an internal push out rather than engaging the community and getting their thoughts on it. In other respects, putting out the revising the application, I think every year we get to that discussion, and it's I think it's been well determined that that's needed, along with the selection criteria, for each of the boards. So I think you're headed in the right direction. So onward.
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick clarification here. As far as a recruitment plan, I'm assuming that what you're looking for tonight is this something the council would like to see, and then you'll come back to us with a proposal for us to act on rather than what specifically we'd like to see in it. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Coulter. You are partially correct. Yes, we want to implement a recruitment planned, and it's more about documenting what already is being done. And this tool will be brought forward to council to aid in the selection process.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I think maybe it doesn't need to be in like a formal meeting setting, but I think once that documentation is complete, I think at least for myself, I'd like to see that to know kind of what your thinking is, and then I can get a better grasp on what might be missing or what I think is unnecessary. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you very much for that comment. And as we said in the introduction, we're here for an initial discussion. There's still many things that we're developing as the process continues. So
that's a good point, and I think Councilmember Coulter, I mean, if you look at the bullets on the list or on the screen right now, the recruitment plan, the marketing and outreach list, I think we probably all have specific thoughts on what should be in each of those, but I think this is just the general outline, and they're going to fill in with those and fill in and bring them back to us in the future. So, Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you. So I guess I'll just try to be quick here. My other additional questions that I have is, what are other cities doing that are successful with their equity and inclusion type recruitment pieces? Are we doing best practices as we get ready to pull this forward? Don't need an answer right now. I kind of bristle at more interviews. Sometimes I feel like we go through the interviews and they're not productive, or we don't necessarily have folks that stick around. So certainly would be interested in doing interviews that will be productive. One, to kind of meet our goals, and that they've got to be time sensitive. There's so many pulls on our time around that. And then the other thing that I have questions around is not necessarily looking for an answer right now, but we have these folks go through this Learn to Lead program, and I just wonder if there's a way. I know this is specific, but to elevate that application somehow, so that we see that they've gone through this program or this training, that kind of thing, as we try to do our selection process. So just those are questions that I've had as I look at this. And as we're trying to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Council, any additional questions or discussion on what's appealing, missing, suggestions you might have? If not, onward.
Thank you, Mayor Bussey, council members. As we continue the process, we come to the revised application, and here, I'd like to point out that there was a robust process of revision of the application in 2017. The city manager, assistant city manager, along with the creative placemaking director and legal, revised the application. Some of the work that we see today is what they got input on and they worked on. So residents now can apply online using Logistics. Optional resumes are submitted via email to community outreach and engagement. There's one application per board or commission, and the application also highlights a few questions like, why are you interested in serving? What is your education, background, or perhaps life experience? And there is a question on optional demographic that just points to race and or ethnicity. And some of the recommendations that we are proposing are, next slide, please, are actually to expand or build upon a little bit more on the optional demographic information. We'd like to include age range and housing status. And you may ask why we want to do that. Well, from the data that we have taken a look at, we know that people that rent versus own a house may have a different experience or perspective from a similar or the same issue, and the same rationale goes for age range. So we want to also collect this data to see as one of many indicators to see if we're meeting our progress in recruitment goals. So at this time, Mayor Bussey, council members, I'd like to ask if there's any additional suggestions you have for the revised application.
Suggestions, Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick one here. One thing that I have always felt with these applications is the question, why are you interested in serving, it just seems really broad. And so what I'd like to see is more a question around why specifically are you interested in serving on this particular board or commission? And I think that, that allows folks to say, well, generally I want to serve. But, if we're looking at, say, applications for the Housing Redevelopment Authority, and you talk about a general willingness to serve, that doesn't necessarily tell me what you want to do as a member of the HRA. So I'd like to see a little more specificity on why this particular board or commission.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I am curious if other cities would accept, in your analysis, would accept video applications. And I'm curious if you have thought through that. I know in the philanthropy space, there are like funders who have considered and have gone to options in terms of applications that are videos. And so I'm curious if we have considered that and if we would.
Thank you, Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Carter, for that question. In fact, we have entertained the idea of communicating vacancies in different ways, and also in the onboarding phase of the commissioners, conveying the information not only in paper, but through video and other means. But we had not specifically entertained that idea. So thank you so much for bringing it up. It's something we will discuss both internally and with the different stakeholders.
A good suggestion, Councilmember Carter. Councilmember Lohman.
One other question here, just have we asked other commissioners or other boards what questions they would have asked during the application?
So yes, thank you. We hope to also consider the point of view of the staff liaisons, and they may able to say things, for example, these are the strengths of our commission and these are some possible gaps. So there will be some opportunity for that as well.
And thank you, Councilmember Lohman. One thing I'll just add is when it comes to the questions we ask on this application, one of our goals is to maintain a simple application, not to overextend what it is that we're asking or the time that it takes for residents to apply. And so that's been at the back of our mind when we think about revising this application. But I do appreciate the suggestion and considering, are there other questions we could ask or a different way we could ask the question based on the input of those currently serving. So thank you. We will take that into consideration.
Additional questions? Councilmember Carter, you had your hand up. Do you have an additional question? No, if not.
I'll save it. I'll ask it in just a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just a couple of quick ones. I might have misseen on a previous slide, I believe it mentioned something about only one application being submitted, or is that intended so folks are only able to apply for one commission, or just so they're not submitting the same application to everything we've got?
Thank you, Councilmember Martin. The intent there is not to have somebody apply for all commissions at once. And so if you have an interest in serving in multiple commissions, we do ask that you submit a separate application for each that you're applying for.
Okay, perfect. That makes sense. And I'm just wondering, or just maybe a request, something to kind of keep in mind moving forward, especially as we're putting more specific position descriptions out there and looking for folks with very kind of tailored experience in some of these areas. If it's possible in the application process to route people to volunteer opportunities in the city more generally. So maybe it's not a board or commission or necessarily learn to lead, but I know our Parks and Rec folks are looking for people all the time. We have whole breakfasts to celebrate volunteers. So yeah, especially as we're looking for more and more specifically qualified folks in different areas, and making sure we've got more and more opportunities for everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin. One thing too, I'll clarify is that the database we use for these applications is the same as what we use for volunteers. So that does allow us, when we're promoting upcoming opportunities for both volunteerism and border commission openings, that we can reach out to those groups.
That's helpful. That's good to know. Council, additional questions or comments on the revised application or the revision of an application? I don't see anyone, so I would say let's move on.
All right, thank you, Mayor Bussey. So next we're going to dive into our selection process and criteria. So currently what we do is accept applications with logistics, share them with you, city council members, and have them reviewed and voted for at a regular city council meeting. So the candidate with the most votes is selected to serve on the board or commission. Interviews have been conducted on occasion, and then there are some more specific requirements that will fall under different boards or commissions, such as professional backgrounds or certifications. With this in mind, it has been difficult to respond when residents reach out and ask, what is city council looking for in a candidate, or why is somebody appointed over the other? We don't have that process documented, and so with that in mind, we're recommending a more robust approach to our selection process and criteria. So there's 4 key areas that we'll dive into. This is really the meat of what it is that we are sharing with you and seeking feedback on today. And with all of these 4 areas, again, they're guided by those 4 key themes that we have been working within. So to start, we'll look at qualifications. So what we're recommending is to expand upon what we currently have, which are these required qualifications on a very basic level. We need our board or commission members to be Bloomington residents and to attend 75% of the meetings. And so that's what's outlined in our city code. There are some others that may fall under specific boards or commissions, but those are the 2 key requirements or the need to haves that we've identified. And so we're proposing here to add some desired qualifications to provide more clarity to residents about what makes a strong candidate. And when we look at these 5 qualifications or these nice to have things, these are items that would fall across the board. And so, there is an opportunity to dig into more of specifically into a board or commission beyond this, but we feel like these 5 recommendations are things that should be considered for every board or commission that we have here at the city. And so the first would be to have a demonstrated knowledge of the city's mission and vision and the city council strategic priorities. We'd be looking for a commitment to serve the community, a relationship with the community. So maybe that involves some connections or, more understanding of other perspectives, a demonstrated interest in advancing racial equity, and then more on a broad level, thinking about diversity and representation across those who are serving. So looking at racial and ethnic diversity, geographic diversity, so zip code or council district, thinking about the representation of different professional backgrounds, and thinking about age, some of those things we've talked about when it comes to what we ask for on the application. And so before we get into questions, I do want to point out here that there are some legal considerations when it comes to developing these criteria, and some of those things were outlined for you in a memo. So we'll continue to work closely with the legal department in finalizing these items, but I do want to point out a few things just for clarity's sake. First, note we're not proposing that any decision around an appointment will be made based on a person's race or any other protected class. With that being said, we can strive to have a composition of our advisory boards or commissions that reflect the community that we serve. And so that's just something to consider there. Also, as we're developing this process, it'll be a similar approach as to what you see in the racial equity business plan around a workforce diversity initiative. With that in mind, these are volunteers. They are not part of the workforce. And then also, this connects to what Nancy spoke about earlier with the data that we collect. And so we can be looking at aggregate data around our diversity efforts and setting some goals. And we'll use that data and share that data with you. I'll talk more about that later. So at this time, then we can move into questions about qualifications.
Councilmember Carter, and then Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. So Emily, I'm sorry if I missed this. I may not have caught it. You may have said it toward the end, and I may not have caught it. So if these are our desired qualifications, how do you see these qualifications showing up in the actual application process? Because I think it's only fair to applicants that we are being really transparent that these are the desired qualifications that we're looking for. And so, like, are you seeing that some of these would be kind of drop down options, or would they be questions on the actual application? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Carter. So some of these things are areas that may already emerge in the information that candidates are providing. So when we ask them about what is your interest in serving, or what are your areas of experience, we can already pull some, hopefully, some information about whether or not they have an interest in advancing racial equity based on what they share. What we don't have currently is that information available to the public. And so a lot of what we're seeing when we look at other cities is that, right on the front page of the webpage, when you say these are what our boards and commissions are all about, those desired qualifications are front and center. And so, people who are interested in applying can consider those things as they respond to the application, and also in interviews, which I know we haven't talked about quite yet. But with that being said, too, we'll get here in a second to talking about how candidates are evaluated. And so having a more facilitated process around thinking about those desired qualifications. But I appreciate your point about transparency and making sure that candidates are aware that this is what is desired among candidates. And I will say that we do get that question frequently from residents when they're interested in applying. Mm-hmm. So that's, another way for us to have something to share when people ask, what are those key things that that would make me a strong candidate?
Yeah, I almost wonder if one idea, I'm not saying for sure do it, but like one idea is to have, to create a template that we would use as council members with the criteria and kind of our own little scoring sheet that we could use to assist us as we are reviewing applications, but that could also then provide that transparency to the community as the tool, the framework that we're going to be using as we review applications.
Thank you, Councilmember Carter. One thing I'll point out, just to build upon your suggestion, is we have talked about having scoring involved in this process, and that's something too that we will work with the legal department when it comes to data and data privacy and what it is that would then be accessible to the public and what would be private, those sorts of things. But thank you for that suggestion.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess looking at this list of desired qualifications, I would almost say that the first and fourth bullet points, frankly, should be just combined. That I think what we're looking for in our applicants is demonstrated interest in advancing the strategic priorities that we've established for the city of Bloomington. I would say that, currently, at least at the moment, that includes, of course, equity and inclusion. So, I think those are all fine points to hit on. So that would be my suggestion with regards to that.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter.
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. So is the idea behind this desired qualification, would it be the same for every commission, or would there be different qualifications for each commission?
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. So these that you see in front of you on the screen are meant to be applied across the board.
Okay.
And with that being said, there are some commissions where, you know, there would need to be some things built upon. But we feel like these these qualifications are things that should be reflected in everyone who is serving as a board or commission member.
Okay, so let's just take the one you have here, commitment to serve the community. Help me understand how we would, make that work. How do we judge that from a criteria standpoint? How are other cities, or how do we get to that particular qualification? Help me understand how we would judge it. Each individual candidate that would come in. So, for example.
Sure, and that's a great question, Councilmember Lohman. So thank you. It's difficult to say at this time. We will talk through an evaluation form and seek your input on that as well, because we are looking to have a more facilitated process around how people are reviewed. With that being said, over time, I'm sure you've seen the information that's provided from each candidate differs. Some people may provide more content, others maybe not so much. And so, that is something too, when we start looking at interviews, if an application is submitted and you're not quite sure, if that commitment is there, there would be then an opportunity to ask a candidate to share more about that in an interview setting. But a lot of it just depends, the city council appoints our boards and commission members. And so it's based on your judgment and what it is that you see in the information that's provided to you.
Councilmember Lohman, you're good with that?
We got to keep moving. So, I can certainly, I'd be open to having a conversation in more detail with folks, during a phone call during the week if you want to do that too. But I got to keep this stuff short here.
Good enough. Additional questions, Council?
If I may add, Mayor Bussey, council members, I think Councilmember Lohman has a very good point there that it has been brought forward. And some of the things that we list here are in a way intangibles. So how do we measure, excitement, or how do we measure interest? There are very many different things, but what we wanted really to bring forward is that, hey, keep in mind these things, because although they're not so easy to measure, or they're not so easy to wrap around our hands around this, they are also important to keep in mind. So these are just questions and points that I feel are enriching the conversation.
Very good. Additional questions? If not, let's move on.
Okay, so moving on to thinking about how applicants are reviewed. What we're proposing is the development of an evaluation form to provide you as city council members with a tool for reviewing applicants. And so, as we've heard earlier, this is something too that we can share with the public so that it's transparent, or there is transparency around how applications are reviewed. And so part of what this tool would involve is a facilitated reflection process based on the ORID methodology that we use so frequently here at the city, we've been using here tonight. And just to provide some context as to what that might look like, it's thinking through, the purpose of ORID is to guide a reflective process to help you come to a decision. And so we would ask on this form, what stands out to you most about this candidate? What skills, knowledge, or experience would make this candidate successful in their role? What gaps or areas of weakness have you identified? And then asking, describe how the candidate reflects the desired qualifications for board and commission members. And then, reaching that point of asking, would you recommend this candidate for appointment? Why or why not? And so the purpose here is to develop some consistency around how the candidates are reviewed. With that being said, it's definitely open for your suggestions tonight. We've talked about some different ideas, but we're looking to have that touch point with you as well. So first, we can just start with basic suggestions, and then you'll see that there is one specific question that has come up a few times in doing this work. And so we'd like to touch on that as well. But if I may, just begin with your questions or suggestions around an evaluation form.
Questions or suggestions, Council? Councilmember Lohman.
Well, I've kind of built my own evaluation form that I kind of utilize, and it always changes based on, what it depends on what we're trying to fill, which, commission, and I shift things around based on some of the geographic things that you've kind of, talked about earlier. So I guess my concern would be that I'd lose some of that freedom by doing this. But if it would facilitate a better decision that would get us to a better, to our goals of what we're trying to do around our 7 or 8 strategic priorities, however we end up at the end of the year here, I'd be open to doing that. From a reappointment standpoint, since I've got the question here, I just want to be quick here. My thoughts around that is I'd like to see, as Councilmember Beloga talked about earlier, some weighing in from those folks, the staff liaison and the chair of that commission, to kind of see what kind of work they've done over that period of time, to be a part of that decision-making process. But I think we've got to have a pretty good reason to not reappoint somebody to a position. Just in my opinion, I think that having some seniority and longevity on a commission, since they are term limited at 6 years, I think is reasonable, unless there's a problem with that 75% or those not participating in the commission. I think those would be the two reasons why I'd want to really make a hard decision not to reappoint someone. That's just one council member's opinion.
Councilmember Coulter.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. Thank you. I guess so. As far as an evaluation form, I think it would be useful to have that kind of consistency and set expectations for the public. I think you may have mentioned there's been some discussion with the legal department already. I would need to know much more about what would be public information and could be public information, because I will confess that if I know that a form is going to become public, I will probably not make some notes on it that I might otherwise. So I think that would affect my thoughts on the matter. So I need to know more about how that would work as far as what could or would be public information. And the question about candidates seeking reappointment is one I have, frankly, even since before, well, not, I think since before I was on the council, I've struggled with this question. And I think for me, what it comes down to is it seems that, from my perspective, the fairest way forward would be to treat all applicants the same and have folks who are applying for reappointment, fill out an application and do the whole thing. And certainly they can, and there should be a way for them to note that they are seeking reappointment, that they currently serve on the commission, and give them an opportunity to talk about the work that they've done. And yes, solicit opinions from staff and chairs and all of that. And but I think I don't know that in any given situation I would feel the same way about a certain incumbent. Even if an incumbent has been sort of inoffensive and done some things, if there's another really, really strong candidate, into my mind, I might not vote to reappoint an incumbent just for that reason. In another case, I might say, well, this person's done a good enough job, and I think they may deserve reappointment for whatever reason. So I think treating reappointments the same as appointments allows each council member to sort of make that decision for themselves. And yes, we have some term limits, but not, for example, our HRA, I don't believe we can institute term limits because it's a statutory board. but I think that would be my thought on the matter is allow individual council members to kind of make their own decision based on the incumbent who's applying and their thoughts on the larger field.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter. One piece of clarity I can provide just on a very basic level is when we've been talking with legal so far about an evaluation form, one thing that was shared was, if you're allocating a score for an applicant, that the score would be something that would be public, but that comments that were made or documented would not. With that being said, the legal team really are the experts there, and so we would work closely. And in implementing this type of a form, there would also be a training for you, so that you would understand all of those key pieces.
Councilmember Carter and Councilmember Beloga.
Just one quick suggestion. So on our website, I really appreciate the table that was added that includes the board, the staff liaison, the term length, term start, term limit. So it's the Board of Appeal and Equalization, Charter Commission, Port Authority, HRA, Mayor Board. There are a couple that don't have term limits. And I just wonder if it would be worth explaining somewhere like with an asterisk why we don't have term limits for those specific boards and commissions. If, some of the values guiding us are consistency and transparency, it would be confusing for most people looking at this to understand why we have terms for some and not others. And so that would be one suggestion. And then my preference on the question of, returning members who are hoping to seek a second term. I kind of feel like it should be, all kind of fair and equal. People should be in fair. I don't think we should weigh one more than the other. With that said, I think it's always okay for them to, add those additional documents of references if board chairs want to add those, or if the staff. Well, I guess actually that's a question I could ask. Are the staff liaisons able to weigh in this situation?
Councilmember Carter, not currently. There's not a set process around that right now.
Okay. I'd have to think about that one, but so yeah, that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Councilmember Beloga. Councilmember Beloga, you still with us? We may have to come back to Councilmember Beloga. Let's go down to Councilmember Martin, and we'll double back to Councilmember Beloga in just a moment here. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to make sure I understood what you said a moment ago. So it wouldn't necessarily be if we had a central evaluation form, folks being able to see our individual comments, but the aggregate score out of all that, or the average?
Yes, Councilmember Martin, that is my understanding at this time. But that is definitely documented clarity that we would seek from the legal department.
Okay, gotcha. I think that would be my only hang up is even if it was just a ranking of applicants based on kind of an anonymized score, I could see somebody checking it out and realizing they were down towards the bottom of that list. And I would be pretty intimidated by that. I probably wouldn't try and get involved again for a while. So I just don't want to turn folks off.
Councilmember Beloga, are you there?
I am. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Beloga.
Emily, just having spent quite a number of years going through the applications, I hope that you and the other staff working on this will review the prior applications and attachments that have been submitted, because I think that will be very instructive in your working on this process. Frankly, one of the things that drives me absolutely to distraction is to start looking at the 10, 15, 20, whatever number of applicants there are for a particular board or commission, let's say planning commission, and find, you go through and you start reading why people want to be on the planning commission. And it says, well, I really want to serve on the Human Rights Commission because of da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And so we've said that we take one per, but the attachments that people are sending are the same for all. And I don't know that I want to be transparent to the public with my comments to those people, because I have no basis to review their qualifications to the Planning Commission when they're not apparently interested in that commission by virtue of their submission. So thank you for listening and doing that.
A good point, Councilmember Beloga. Thank you much. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. With regards to the evaluation form, I would prefer that we get a list of criteria that we've all agreed on, but not necessarily fill out or turn in a form. Candidly, similar to maybe Councilmember Beloga's comment, I weed out probably over half the people just based on the fact that they write that they want to do something to give back to the community and don't provide any detail on experience that applies to that particular role that they've applied for. And then I really kind of dig into the ones that are remaining that seem qualified and try to kind of figure those out. And it would be nice to have agreed upon criteria that we were looking at, but I don't know that I want to put a score for those several people or anything like that. And I guess I struggle to see the benefit of having an overall aggregate score for each of us. We vote individually on who to appoint. So.
Council, anything else? My 2 cents on the candidates seeking reappointment. I don't think it's an automatic, but it's a pretty strong determinant. I think if folks have put the time in and have learned, and there is uptime, there's time to learn the position and understand exactly what the issues are. I would be hesitant to reject their application to re-up for another 3 years unless there is some very compelling reason. And there have been in the past where we've not reappointed people for one reason or another, but that's just my 2 cents on that. I think we can claim an equal standing or priority, but I think if you just look at if you would look at it from a resume standpoint, somebody who served 3 years on a board or a commission is probably more qualified to continue to serve than somebody who would be coming in cold. Just a thought that I have. Council, additional thoughts on this? Additional questions on the selection process or criteria? If not, let's move on to onboarding, please.
Thank you, Mayor Bussey. We do have one topic in between.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
No problem. Which is candidate interviews. And so this is something we're bringing forward as a recommendation for a few reasons. First, we've seen it as an identified best practice by our neighbors. In each of the cities that we dug into, every single one of them conducted candidate interviews. It's also been expressed as a desired process improvement by staff liaisons and others that work with candidates, some of the work we've done with them. It's a recommendation that's shared by our racial equity coordinator and also some regional organizations around racial equity and boards and commissions. And then it points to the need for consistency across all boards and commissions, just because currently it's kind of on an as-needed basis or by request. And so we're looking to have it be something that's more consistent and equitable in how we operate with the interviews. And so, time for discussion about interviews. I know it's come up a few times earlier, but just think through some of your initial reactions. This is an opportunity to share concerns and also provide some clarity on what it is that you'd be willing to commit to on this specific item.
Council? My initial response is I've been in favor of interviews. I think they're very helpful and very, it just helps to be able to sit across the table from someone and be able to look at them and talk to them and get a feel for who they are and learn a lot more about them than a simple piece of paper that doesn't necessarily give you all the information that you want to know. I know it's definitely an additional time commitment, but I think it would be time well spent. I do think it is much more equitable. I think it's much more fair in a lot of ways, and it would give us some consistency across what we do. So, Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I agree with a lot of what you said, and I think, as I said before, I think it is important to be equitable and consistent across, and treat everybody the same. I am concerned, frankly, about the time commitment that we would be asking, frankly, of ourselves. We do. I mean, that's the gig. We have long meetings. I get that, but it's not uncommon to see 10 or 15 applicants for a board or commission, and at 10 applicants at 15 minutes apiece, even with no breaks, that's 2.5 hours. And I guess what I'm wondering is if there are only, say, 5 applicants for something, that's one thing. If the number is, and I don't want to pick an arbitrary number right now, but I guess what I would say is my preference would be to approach it from the perspective of if there's a certain number, what is the process for sort of narrowing the field to do interviews to a more manageable number, and what that looks like. Do we have an initial vote or make a request or something like that? But that would be my concern for it. Is we have a number of boards and commissions, and we have even an average of however X number of people per application, that gets to be a significant time commitment. So that would be my only concern is given that time commitment, are we able to do our job effectively?
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter. One thing too I should mention is that we have been discussing different approaches, and one consideration would be to establish a subcommittee. So maybe it's a smaller group of council members that are involved. We could also engage current chair people for our boards and commissions or others. So there's definitely options for working through that, and I do want to recognize that we are aware of the time that we are asking of you in this, and very mindful about making sure it's meaningful and efficient and all of that. So I appreciate your comments.
If I could, sorry, Mayor, if I could, to that point, I think that's a good suggestion. I would maybe even suggest multiple subcommittees, perhaps like one subcommittee per board or commission or something like that, so that it becomes that kind of committee process.
Council, additional thoughts? Councilmember Carter and then Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. So I am in favor of doing interviews, and I do hear the concern about the time-intensive nature that it could present to council members. However, I would be willing to maybe just kind of pilot it for a year and see if we do really end up having, if we have 10 applications for a spot, it may be that 15 or 5 people decide that they want to interview, or we could end up being surprised, or it could go the opposite and we might have tons and tons of people. But before we kind of overcomplicate things, I would be interested in seeing how a pretty basic process would work and how much time it really does end up taking us.
Councilmember Lohman.
I certainly have been through a number of the interview processes, and I definitely do not want to deprive the new council members of that opportunity to experience those interviews. So, certainly it is certainly a long day when you go through every single commission. I know we did that. I know I was a big proponent of it when I first got on board. I thought that was a great way to do things, and I'm not saying it isn't, but I do think that as Councilmember Carter has suggested, having the opportunity to go through it, and then maybe you might have some suggestions in terms of how to improve the process. It is very time consuming. I would, once we do that initial run through with the council, so I think it's important, even if we decide to delegate it to a subgroup or another group, that we all understand, what our priorities are and what we want to see in that process. So, and then what I would say, I know we've got the next topic that's coming up here. If we build it into our schedule and take out a couple of meetings and do that, I'd be a lot more interested in trying to do that if we just build it into our schedule. So those are just my suggestions, but it is a lot of work. So,
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that in an ideal world, that the face-to-face interview is certainly instructive and the preferred method of going. I think I've heard that universally, but there are great demands on all of our times. And I want to remind all of us that, this is a part-time job and we all have other things in our lives, jobs, family, and other commitments. And we have used a method more or less for my term and the mayor's term on office. And that method has been, to me, proven to be pretty successful. That we go through and find who we collectively believe is the best candidate. And we do it in open meetings, so I think that is transparent to the public. What we don't do is discuss how we got there to that choice. And I'm not sure that would add a lot to it, but there have been times, even without regards to that polling process, that we have decided that we desire for a border commission to have interviews, because we find that there are a number of candidates that on paper we cannot distinguish sufficient differences for them. So we want to meet with them and be able to do face-to-face. So I'm more for using the current process that we have and continuing, because consistency across all boards, I think we're doing that, but we're just adding a additional step when the selectors find that we have unique circumstances that warrant an exception to using that process. Does that make sense?
It does, Councilmember Beloga. Thanks for your comments. Council, anything else? Now, if we can move on to onboarding.
All right. Unfortunately, Mayor Bussey,
Oh my goodness! Here we.
And I'll be brief here, and we won't dig into this just because I don't think we have a need at this time. But I just want to point out that another recommendation for this process that we're going to be proposing is to be more intentional about the information that we provide you to help make your decisions in this process. And so instead of just sharing an application and an optional resume, we'll be working towards a consistent approach to sharing applicant pool data, data about the current border commission composition for the seats that are being considered, working in partnership with staff liaisons to identify current strengths or gaps or desired skills or experience. And that will be information that we'll compile and provide alongside applications as you make those decisions. And we will also be using some of this data to report regularly, to provide summary reports about how it is we're doing in meeting some of our goals here. And so if there is anything in addition to these items that would be worthwhile to include in this type of a memo for you, that's something that you can share with us offline. But I'm going to move us on to onboarding because I sense some energy around it. But there is definitely room for suggestion there if you have additional comments.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you.
All right. So at this time, I will turn it over to Nancy to talk about onboarding.
Yes. Sorry. So what happens is that once the individual is selected, the board or commission liaison will provide an orientation to the new members for their first meeting. And in this orientation, some of the things that are covered are data privacy rules, open meeting law, rules and procedures, and the work plan. Also, this process is supported by IT, legal, and some other departments. And what we are proposing for the onboarding is to have a little bit more consistency in the process and doing an all city new member orientation, a welcome video, have a library of resources to the new commissioners, and share this information perhaps in different formats, maybe in a video, maybe in a quick fact sheet, and also provide some support to the staff liaison through an onboarding checklist. And the idea behind these process improvements, like I said, is to optimize time. There's quite a few things that run across all city commissions, so that would be taking advantage of that and just providing an opportunity for success. So to set up those new commissioners for success. After all, we have picked the best one, and once they're picked, we want them to be excellent contributors and setting them up for success. So that is what we have for onboarding at this time. Mayor Bussey, council members, I'd like to ask if there's any suggestions for ensuring a welcoming experience to a new board or commission member.
I think it makes perfect sense to standardize and to use technology as much as possible, video, anything online, any online resources you possibly could, and to simplify and to streamline this, I think just makes good sense, and you've got some good templates out there as to how to do it, I think. Council, any additional comments or questions? I do not see any hands raising. If we can move on.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Bussey. So we have reached the point to reflect and confirm next steps and commitments moving forward. So similar to what you did earlier this evening, you will see some questions on the screen to aid in our discussion here. And being mindful of time, I'll just point out that our focus really is questions 4, 5, and 6. And so we'd really like to hear from you about those 3 things at the end, and any other comments that you have to guide us in this work moving forward.
Council, any pressing comments or replies to any of the questions here? Councilmember Lohman.
I just want to say thanks to the staff, and I look forward to trying something new. I've enjoyed watching the evolution of the Learn to Lead program, and I'm certain that whatever you guys come up with is going to be fantastic. And I look to supporting and answering these questions. If you want me to give you a call, I can certainly give you a call and answer all these questions for you.
I was going to make that suggestion, Councilmember Lohman, whether it's either a phone call or an email to resolve, to answer these 6 questions and to send it on to to both to the entire co-ed staff and to whoever, just to resolve this and to move this forward and to get this information into their hands so they have it. I don't want to cut this information, don't want to cut this discussion too short, but we've got a big item coming up next that I would like to get to here. Councilmember Carter, a question, comment?
Just one suggestion. I'll keep it pretty brief. I would maybe add another key area, which would be more around evaluation and, measuring the experience that board members commission members are having, including, post onboarding, just their experience through the application process and the whole onboarding process, ways we could improve that. But I'd just be interested in their overall experience on the boards and commissions and how we can continue to improve that experience for residents. And then the last point I wanted to make, trying to be quick here, I have heard multiple times from some of the BIPOC leader groups that information in multiple languages is really important, and it wasn't clear to me on the application website and the boards and commissions application website if that could be translated. It probably can. I'm not super tech savvy, so but just wanted to point that out as something to consider. And I am done.
Thank you, Councilmember Carter. Anything else, Council? I would suggest if you're so moved, if you need to respond to these 6 questions, please do email Nancy or Emily, give them the information, pass it on. I think I would echo the thanks to the staff for the work on this. I think we're headed in the right direction. I think we've been talking about this for a while. There's been a need for a while to just kind of clean this process up and to streamline and to make it more consistent and make it more understandable for everyone. And from what I've heard tonight, I think we're definitely headed in that direction. So well done, and look forward to seeing where we end up with this. But I appreciate the work that's gone into it so far.
Thank you, Mayor Bussey. So as far as what you'll see next, there are some things that we can implement for the upcoming rounds. We'll continue to work on a policy. We'll continue to circle back with you. And then I also want to point out that, right now we're focused on the cleanup of the process. And there's a lot of energy too around the engagement, similar to some of the comments that Councilmember Carter shared, and thinking about how to ensure a meaningful experience and checking in with our current members. So there are ample opportunities to partner on this process as we move into the future, and I look forward to working with you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Emily. With that, I will move to item 3.3 on our agenda, our 2021 budget and tax levy discussion. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. And our budget manager, Kari Carlson, is joining us. Our CFO, Lori Economy Scholler, is also with us for the presentation and to answer questions. Kari is currently loading the presentation. We want to do a couple things tonight. One is we want to get direction from the council on what we're recommending for the final budget and tax levy to be considered for the 2021 budget year, as well as walk you through some of the remaining funds that we have not had a chance to revisit yet this year before final adoption. So I'm going to take the first part of the presentation on the recommendations around budget and tax levy, and then Kari will follow up by walking through those other funds, and then we will come back to the discussion. We'll try to move through the various funds rather quickly. For the benefit of the folks who may be watching, council is well aware. Going back, it's always good to provide a little bit of history of how we got to where we are today. As most are aware that this has been a particularly challenging year for the city of Bloomington as a result of the pandemic impacted economy, that about 13% of the city's revenues in our general fund come from 2 sources that have been particularly hard hit by the pandemic. That is the lodging industry, where we collect lodging tax from what were 47 hotels in the city of Bloomington, as well as the hospitality entertainment industry, where we also collect admissions tax for various venues around town where people go to recreate and engage in leisure and fun activities. And the closure of Mall of America and a number of other sites like Great Wolf Water Park and Hotel, those are areas that have been closed for extended periods of time and therefore not generating admissions tax. And the hotels obviously having reduced business means that our lodging tax has been down. This creates a carryover effect into 2021 where we were projecting a revenue decline because of the lodging and admissions tax. And we've been confronted with the challenge of having to put together a budget when our revenues are significantly impacted. In June, the Community Budget Advisory Committee was impaneled and began working to assist the City Council and City staff in providing a resident-focused voice in the budget process to help us work through difficult decisions related to any service reductions that we would be recommending and helping to prioritize those, as well as giving the council resident voice in terms of what an acceptable approach to the tax levy would be. And so after going through that process over the last several months, Mr. Mayor and council members, we're prepared to present the city manager recommendations to you this evening. We had a chance to talk about this a couple weeks ago. Council gave us good direction, and so with the direction that you provided, we hope that these recommendations are consistent with what we heard from that previous discussion. Kari, would you advance the next slide, please? So to summarize the recommendations, we're proposing a tax levy increase of 2.75% for 2021. This is almost half of what was approved by the council in September as the preliminary tax levy. The preliminary tax levy was set at 5% increase. And as the council is well aware, the council always has the opportunity to reduce that preliminary levy. However, we cannot increase it. So the 5% serves as the upper threshold of what the city's proposed levy will be. And after working through our budget issues over the last couple months, we've determined that a 2.75% tax levy would be sufficient for what we're recommending. The second is service reductions that were compiled by the Community Budget Advisory Committee, largely reflecting their scenario A. These are a group of budget recommendations that the committee had totaling about $1.6 million. And with a little bit of massaging here by staff, the city managers actually increased that to about $1.8 million. The third is a tax levy stabilization approach to smooth out both the impact of the tax levy's effect on property taxpayers over the next couple of years, and also to minimize the impact of any service reductions that would be experienced. And then the fourth is looking ahead to the future in 2022 and recognizing that there will be some property tax base implications as a result of the pandemic, and trying to understand how those will play out in affecting single-family homeowners. We are comfortable proposing a preliminary tax levy of 0% for 2022. Next slide, please. So if you're a homeowner and you're receiving your truth in taxation notice within the past couple of weeks, which most should have, that it provides the proposed taxation for the coming year. And again, that was based on the preliminary levies that were adopted back in September by the county and the school district and the city and other taxing jurisdictions. And so as we look at 2021 and trying to get to a final, we've used the preliminary numbers from the other taxing jurisdictions, but then plugged in what our recommendations would be, and those are highlighted in yellow. And so you see with the median value home of $286,000, the the impact of the 2.75% levy is about $1.37 per month, or about $15 a year. Then down at the bottom, what you see is the combined effect of all of the taxing jurisdictions. And so the city being at 2.75%, if all of the other taxing jurisdictions remain at the number in their preliminary levy, it will actually result in a $4.23 reduction for the median value home, or roughly $50, $50 reduction for the year. The thing that I want to make clear is for folks who are watching, we use the median value home because it's the best way for us to reflect a sample property. But the way that the property taxation process works in the state of Minnesota is there are very few that actually are spot on to what is presented here. So we're trying to provide that median value home. That's the home that half of the properties are valued more and half are valued less. Everybody's individual tax situation is going to vary depending on the value of the home and the amount of valuation change in a given year. Next slide, please. I just want to run through some of the revisions in the budget reductions. Like I said, we moved a few things around. Some of the highlights were to eliminate a part-time position in HR that's currently vacant. We reduced travel budget for the city council, community development position elimination. We had some staff changes over the course of the process with the Budget Advisory Committee, and this was a newly vacated position that we're able to eliminate and then do some movement within staff and save some money. The fire department fleet repair tech position was never filled. It was authorized for 2020. And then changes that were made by our fire chief and his command staff based on the fire service assessment that we did, primarily having to deal with our fleet composition, made this position unnecessary. The right-of-way mowing contract was canceled. We've added some fees, which we discussed last week in our decision topic later in this presentation. Next slide. Items that we swapped out was a change in the ice garden rates, eliminating a support position in administration, the cultural arts grant funding, which council spoke about a couple weeks ago, and then the park maintenance position. So after making these changes in the Scenario A items, it ends up being $238,000 more in reductions than what was in the original Scenario A from the Community Budget Advisory Committee. And again, this just shows you the three scenarios that they put together. Scenario A is the bundle of options that's being recommended. And the thing that I want to point out in Scenario A, recognizing that there was a strong focus on core government services not being reduced, and especially public safety, that between police and fire, the only reduction is that fire tech position that had been newly added for 2020 and was never filled. Otherwise, there are no reductions in these scenarios related to public safety. We can just bounce through here real quickly. For those who are watching, this is just the summary of what's in Scenario A with the highlights of those items that have been added or reduced or moved out. All right, you can go ahead and move through. That's the Scenario B, and then Scenario C. That was just the ranking of how those came out from the Budget Advisory Committee process, is how they were included in the spreadsheet. And then last item here is just looking at the tax levy. So in 2021, that's going into this coming budget year, revised scenario A. What you see if you follow the column that is 2021 tax levy percentage change, follow that all the way down to total tax levy of 2.75%. And what you have on the left side are the various funds for which the tax levy is allocated. Right in the middle, you see the Strategic Priorities Fund, and you'll see a 1.165 million reduction. That's the tax levy stabilization amount that we are proposing as the smoothing of the tax impact to the resident over the next couple years. And as we go to the next slide, Kari, you'll see an amount that is similar to that for 2022, as we are comfortable proposing a 0% tax levy change. What I'll say about our preliminary 2022 operating budget is that we don't expect significant change from 2021. We believe that we can achieve much of what the council has set out with the budget that we have. I also recognize that the conditions may change over the course of the next year, and the council actually cannot adopt a multi-year tax levy. We have to only adopt it for the coming year. So when I'm saying preliminary, that's the strictures that I'm working with, is that we can't actually commit to it. And, you know, there may be changes in the economy. It may get better, it may get worse, and that will inform the decision next year when we're having this conversation again. Next slide, please. This is the part where I'm going to hand it over to Kari. And before I do that, I just want to note that a couple of these slides, for people who are viewing at home and even for our council members, have really small numbers and get really busy. And so I know Kari is just going to point out a couple of things within this whole model, and we'll highlight those. We have tried to make these presentations so that they're easily viewable. Not all of the slides lend themselves to that. So having said that, Kari, you want to take the next walk through here, and then we'll move into the other funds.
Thank you, Jamie, and good evening, Mayor and Council. And that is correct. Some of these slides do have a lot of information in them, and they have been published on the city's website if you like to look at them in more detail after the meeting. Just try to put everything out there, be very transparent of everything that's out in these budget requests. So this here is an updated general fund budget model from a couple of weeks ago. And the difference is a more updated estimated 2020 column, as well as an updated 2021 budget column, which includes the revised budget reductions that the city manager just went through. So that has some of the additions that were added and some things that were removed, as well as the new 2021 fees that were approved last week are incorporated here. Some other things I'd like to highlight is the column on the far left has the 2019 actuals. And if you look at that, it shows that revenues were more than expenses at the end of 2019 by over $1,870,000. And that was part due to revenues that were for lodging taxes, admission taxes, business licenses. Permits were higher than budget in 2019. 2019 was a good year. And also expenses were lower than budget. So we did have a positive budget variance where revenues were over expenditures, and also even more than that over what was required in the working capital goal in addition to that. Also, I want to highlight in 2021 budget that, of course, as we've been talking about, the revenues for lodging and admission taxes are significantly lower in 2019. Lower than 2020 budget, lower than 2019 actual. But also the 2021 department expenditures are lower than the 2020 budget for the majority of the department. There's an exception like for police that we talked about before, that the police officers and supervisors contracts for 2021 with the unions were settled before the pandemic. So that's the general fund and just things I wanted to point out there. And a significant, oh, yes. Oh. A significant portion of the property tax levy funds this general fund, but there are also other funds that have some property tax support. And the Community Budget Advisory Committee was also looking at those. And so I'm going to go through those now. So first, I will review 5 enterprise funds. Maybe. There we go. Okay, so the first enterprise fund that we're going to go through is golf. Golf Fund has 2 golf courses, Dwan and Highland. Dwan has 11 leagues, hosts high school teams, numerous fundraiser and corporate events. Highland has 13 leagues, hosts BAA junior golf, a YMCA junior program, has lessons in 36 stalls at the driving range. And this is the golf budget request. And Highland Greens has had years of expenses being more than revenues, which has brought the working capital balance for the overall golf fund significantly lower than the goal that we would like to have to fund future capital improvement or emergency repairs, which is why it's highlighted in red. But in 2016, the city started including an amount in the property tax levy to cover the net loss for Highland Greens, as well as rebuild the working capital balance. That amount was $300,000 in recent years. The 2021 budget just has $161,343 in property tax levy for golf. That's down from the $300,000 that we've had in the past years. It's been reduced by incorporating in the 2021 budget the increases in fees for Highland and Dwan that were approved last week. So total 21 budgeted revenues for golf would be 2.1 million and total expenses would be 1.9 million. Next fund is Bloomington Ice Garden, big, which hosts the skate school, hockey teams, tournaments, amateur professional figure skaters as well. The Ice Garden has had some large construction projects, as you know, that were funded by charter bonds, as well as some grant funding. And those projects included renovated locker rooms, renovated main entry vestibule, and an LED lighting project. Also, as you know, there's still a need for some major capital projects in the future, most urgently including a replacement of the ice making system for all 3 of the rinks, but also upgrading mechanical equipment and some other building upgrades. And the working capital balance for the Ice Garden Fund for 2019 is in good shape, but it's much lower than the goal for the fund for 2020 and 2022 due to the lost revenues this year due to COVID. With fee increases, the working capital balance is projected to reach the goal for the fund in 2024. However, there is not sufficient working capital balance to fund major capital projects here. The Ice Garden budget includes a property tax support of $80,000 and total 21 budgeted revenues are 1.8 million and total expenses are budgeted at 1.7 million. The next enterprise fund budget is the Center for the Arts Fund. And in normal non-pandemic years, the Center for the Arts has 113,000 annual visits from people for choir and music rehearsals, dance and art classes, gallery visits, and ticketed performances, and has an attendance of over 50,000 for ticketed events. There are many organizations that use the Center for the Arts, such as Artistry, also the Bloomington Symphony Orchestra, Continental Ballet Company, and others listed on the slide. The city awards grants to art organizations, and the revised Scenario A budget reductions does fully fund that again. We took out that reduction to the grants after the meeting, the council a couple weeks ago. The fund balance of the Center for the Arts is in good shape, as is shown in green, where we have working. There is a endowment transfer that will be received in 2021 of $1 million, which will be needed, will be used for capital improvements that are much needed for the Art Center. The long-term model is projecting $50,000 in support for artistry from 2021 to 2025, which is $155,000 less for the specific artistry additional support of $205,000 that we've had for the last 5 years. The Center for the Arts includes property tax support of $1 million. Total 2021 budgeted revenues are at $2.1 million and total expenses $1.4 million. And then the last of the recreation facility funds is the aquatics fund, and that has both the Bloomington Family Aquatic Center and Bush Lake Beach. And in normal years, the pool sells 3,500 season passes and has over 55,000 visitors. And Bush Lake Beach sells 301 parking season passes and has over 53,000 visitors. The long-term model for the aquatics fund has a reduced property tax levy in 21 through 24 here compared to previous years, based on not levying an amount of around $650,000 a year to transfer to the facilities fund like we've been doing to build working capital for a future pool vessel replacement. The working capital balance in the model is looking good until 2024. It comes down a bit where we have some planned capital projects. The aquatics fund includes property tax support of $367,000 for the pool and $148,000 for the beach. The total 21 budgeted revenues are $886,000 and total expenses are $856,000. And then the last of the enterprise fund budgets this evening is the motor vehicle fund budget. And in the scenario from the Community Budget Advisory Committee in the scenario A was to close the motor vehicle office. But we're presenting this budget if the council would like to keep the motor vehicle office open to see what the property tax support would be and the budgeted revenues and expenditures. So motor vehicle provides driver's license renewals, motor vehicle registration and title transfers. It has 5 full-time and 3 part-time employees. And it was closed due to the pandemic from mid-March to late May and is currently open on an appointment-only basis. And some of the challenges motor vehicle has faced in recent years is that the fee revenue is not covering operating costs. And so the city has no control over fees because they are set by state statute. And the office, it once generated excess revenue for the city, but has needed an increasing amount of financial support from other sources in recent years. So for 2021, $225,000 of property tax support is budgeted. So the state legislature determines the amount per transaction. It's not a lot per transaction that the city keeps that can be retained by the city of Bloomington. This is showing how the last time that the rates were changed and then how much it is for the different types of fees that we collect. This slide highlights the amount of revenue from other sources that has been used to help cover motor vehicle expenses in recent years. So in 2019 and 2020, $125,000 of property tax was levied for motor vehicle, and that amount is proposed at $225,000 for 2021. Here is the proposed budget. I'll point out in 2019 that this fund was helped in 2019 by a transfer of $125,000 from the general fund, as well as money from the state of $137,000. And that money from the state was to offset the losses incurred due to the MinLars software implementation that did cause some losses and a lot of struggles for DMVs. So those transfers in, that helped the working capital balance at 2019. However, with the reduction in revenue in 2020, we are projecting a loss of $250,000, which will bring the working capital balance down. The 2021 budgeted revenues are 779,000 and expenses are also budgeted at 779,000. The 21 budget request includes a reduction of one full-time position that is currently vacant. So they've been going through trying to see what expenses they can reduce, bring that down. Next, we have two special revenue funds that require property tax support. And the first one is the fire pension fund. So each year, an independent actuary calculates the fire pension liability that is due 2 years in the future, which is why we know the exact amount of the 21 pension obligation. That will be $1,379,113. So that helps for budgeting. We know that amount early on. So the annual fire pension obligation is impacted by market volatility, investment returns, and firefighter demographics. And revenue into this fund is received somewhat from state aid, mostly from city property tax levy, and also in some past years, transfers from the general fund in years that there is a positive budget variance. Here's the budget model for fire pension. And it includes a property tax support amount of $1,050,000, and total 21 budgeted revenues are around 1.7 million and expenses of 1.9 million. So it's planned to draw down working capital balance of 123,000. And you can see we are projecting that for 2022 that we'll have an obligation due of 3.5 million. But we won't know that for sure until the end, like around the end of February, when we receive the actuary report. Hopefully it will be less. It'll depend on how the pension investments are doing in the market at the end of the year. And then other special revenue fund that requires property tax support is communications. And that most of the revenue is received in communications from cable franchise fees and the PEG fees. And PEG stands for Public Education Government Fees. In recent years, it has also required property tax support. So its mission is to inform, educate, build relationships, and engage the community and promote city services. And there are more than 26 million messages that were delivered in 2019 through the briefing, community newsletter, Facebook, website, emails, Twitter, YouTube, Nextdoor, and Instagram. A challenge that communication has are threats, FCC threats to local governments concerning franchise fees and just the overall flattening of cable revenues that drive the franchise fees. This is the budget request, and the communications fund includes property tax support of $175,000, and that's down from the original $250,000 after incorporating the scenario A budget reductions. Total 21 budgeted revenues are 1.8 million and total expenses are 1.96 million with a planned drawdown of 182,000. The last three budgets I'm going to go through, they are internal service budgets and they are indirectly affected by property taxes. They don't have a direct property tax amount that is budgeted, but they're affected by the number of budgeted employees and the number of employee positions, and are tied to either per charge, an employee per charge, or a fee per employee, or percentage of salaries. So the first one here is the Employee Benefits Fund, and this is the fund that takes care of paying the premiums for health insurance, dental insurance, life insurance, long-term disability, and also health club tuition reimbursements. And the goal of this fund is to stabilize insurance expenses and departmental budgets and to moderate large budget spikes due to increase in benefit costs, especially in the areas of health insurance. That's where we can get some really big spikes. And so the revenues are brought in from charges to departments. And for 21 and 22, we are doing $17,510 per full-time employee. And that is the same charge to departments as 2020. And the expenditures, that's based on insurance premium costs and enrollment. And this is the 2021 budgeted revenues and expenditures would both be around 10.8 million, and working capital balance, it looks to be in very good shape. You can see as we start going out, depends on what happens with health insurance premiums and what's charged to departments, but that could start coming down pretty quickly. And then the accrued benefits fund, this is the fund for paying out accrued leave time when employees leave the city. So their accrued vacation time, their accrued personal time, accrued comp time. And so the total liability that we have in this fund that we're funding for, it's for all employees and not just what we're anticipating paying out per year. It's what everyone has on the books. So each department's charged 3.5% of its total budget wages and salaries. And the number of accrued hours fluctuates based on employee leave balances and when employees leave the city. And the values of the accrued hours, they can grow each year based on pay increases. So the goal is to have a total liability funded at 100% eventually. And at the bottom of this slide, where it has liabilities, you can see that what the total liability of accrued leave is. And eventually in the longer term model, this happens like around year 2030. We're comfortable being at 89% funded of that total liability, as the likelihood of having the city completely close and having to pay out all of the accrued vacation and personal leave at one time is very unlikely. So total 21 budgeted revenues are 1.9 million and expenditures are around 2.2 million for this fund. And the last one I have is information technology, the IT fund. So IT provides the city with computer hardware and software, coordinates the networking and communications of the system in accordance with their long-range IT plan. And not only, this is an internal service fund, but it definitely has a big role with the public and works with customers on a regular basis, supporting technological support for the public with events like the Farmers Market, Bloomington Ice Garden, Art Center groups, and public health clients, to name a few. For IT expenses, are staff salaries and benefits. And I'll point out that recently, after the IT strategic plan recommendation, 4 full-time public works IT employees were brought into the IT department so that they're all together. And in the 2020 budget, there were 18 full-time and 2 part-time employees for IT. But for 2021 and going forward, it's been reduced down to 17 full-time and 1 part-time. And other expenses that are in the IT budget are, materials, supplies, internal charges. Another big one are the annual software maintenance fees. That is a large expense of this fund, as well as new software purchases and computer hardware and servers. And we changed how the charges to departments work for IT. In the past, they were based on the number of laptops, desktops. That has been expanded so that there is now an IT charge per employee to cover all of the costs that IT has. And this is the IT budget. And the total 2021 budgeted revenues are 6.2 million and total expenses are 6.5 million. With that, take any questions on any of those things that we went over. And this next slide was city manager was going to go through some of these decision points for the 21 budget and tax levy.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you, Kari. I think for the purpose of the discussion, certainly leave it up to you, Mr. Mayor, which direction you want to go. I think maybe we start with the big points for tonight, and then we can move into questions about the other funds after that, if council has any. But I've tried to frame up what I understood to be sort of the unresolved issues, and that is just making sure with the council that you're comfortable with the tax levy that's being proposed, and then there was not consensus in the last couple conversations around the two other issues that are highlighted there. So I think it would be good to have some discussion with the council to try and resolve those issues tonight as well.
I would agree, and I think it would also be helpful to just do a quick recap based on your recommendations and what we heard after Ms. Carlson going through the budgets. It might have gotten lost, so I want to make sure that the council is clear and everybody viewing at home is clear also that the four recommendations are a tax levy increase of 2.75%, which would result in an overall reduction of $4.23 or $4.23 per month for the medium value home in the context of all the taxing jurisdictions that are part of property taxes. Second recommendation is the Community Budget Advisory Committee Service Reduction Scenario A, with a couple of tweaks to it, which actually increases it. So the total reductions in Scenario A of $1.833 million. The recommendation number 3 is the development of a tax levy stabilization fund, which I think makes a lot of sense. It's a look at a 3-year use of the Strategic Priorities Fund, trying to mitigate the impact of what we're going to be facing over the next few years. And then recommendation number 4, a 2022 preliminary levy recommendation of 0%. Now, these obviously match a lot of what we've talked about. The city manager, Mr. Verbrugge, lays out in his memo here, his recommendations, that they basically follow the 4 core values of honoring the work of the Community Budget Advisory Committee, which I think the recommendations do just that. They look to limit the impact of the property tax increase on the greatest number of Bloomington residents, minimize the impact of city service reductions to the greatest extent possible, and then to consider the implication and the impacts of the budgets in future years, which is something we can't ignore given the current situation of what we're facing from an economic standpoint and from a world standpoint with the pandemic that's continuing to go on. So the decision points on the screen in front of you, Council. The tax levy strategy and CBAC and city manager reductions. So is the council comfortable with this combination of operating reductions and the modest levy increase to achieve the goals of minimizing financial impact to taxpayers and minimizing the impact of service reductions on the community? Kind of a broad question. Let's frame it up. Let's start talking in those ways. And Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could, because we've gone through a lot of numbers, and I think it's good to recap sort of what's in the proposal and what's out of the proposal that the city manager has done, aside from the couple items on the screen in front of us. Public safety, I think that the city manager did a good job of explaining that there would be no reductions to public safety other than the reduction of one unfilled position, which was added in 2020 and never filled. And I would ask everybody to jump in if I get this wrong. So I take it that not hearing anything so far, I'm batting 100%.
So far, yes, you are, Councilmember.
Thank you. Highland Golf is included in the recommendation of 2.75.
Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Beloga, that's correct. Highland Golf is part of the recommendation currently.
And that Creekside is in its current form, well, in its prior iteration, included in the proposal also.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Councilmember Beloga, that is correct. Creekside is recommended to continue operating as a freestanding operation. However, it will have some limited service as opposed to the full programming that was there previously. We feel that's reasonable given the likelihood of some of those programs to be able to come back in the next year.
Understood. Thanks for the clarification. Communications includes 12 issues of the briefing. The Strategic Priorities Fund includes roughly $1.6 million for balancing out 2021 to help 2022's to balance 2022 and years beyond. Motor vehicle is not included in the recommendation, and to do otherwise would change the recommendation in the amount of $225,000. And then the one that I'm most concerned about getting the numbers correct. So I'll ask the manager. I believe that cultural arts is included, but reduced by $57,000 in comparison. This is the grants program, reduced by $57,000 in comparison to 2020.
Mr. Mayor and council members.
I see Carrie shaking her head.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Beloga. The committee had revised their original prioritization so that the cultural arts grants saw a tiered reduction from scenario A to B to C. So it was about a third, and then another third, and then the final third. And the subsequent council conversation was emphasizing the value of those cultural arts grants and the importance of them to the community. So that has been removed from scenario A. There is not a reduction of the cultural arts grants included in scenario
A. Thank you for that clarification. Then I understand what's in and out. And I will then pass the baton to others so that they can ask their questions. And then we can get down to the decision points at an appropriate time.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Beloga. Thanks for that clarification. I think that was helpful. Council, additional questions? And Ms. Wilson, I'm going to need to see the expanded screen to see who might be raising a hand right now. I see Councilmember Coulter. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick clarifications here. It's a very, very small thing, but as I look at it, scenario A called for downsizing the number of rinks from 13 to 8. And my recollection is that we decided to downsize that from 13 to 9.
That's correct, Councilmember Coulter. We haven't updated the worksheet. Sorry. We will make sure that's done for the final packet.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that's a small dollar amount. I just want to make sure we're right and true here. The other question I have, and this really was more provoked by our discussion at the top of the evening, but one of the recommendations is to fund Sustainability Commission operations from the Strategic Priorities Fund. And I'm wondering, given, I guess maybe the better way to approach this is do we have a rough idea of what the current balance of the Strategic Priorities Fund is?
We do, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Coulter, our budget manager, can pop that up. I believe she has it ready to go.
I will have to just bring down the presentation for a second, and then I'll reshare. So I'll bring that up in just a second.
Honestly, if you can even just give me a rough top line figure, sure, that's fine. I don't need to know like every dollar and cent at the moment, but do you have a rough top line figure?
I think it's around like $4 million. Does that sound right, Jamie?
Yes. Yeah, and that's before our transfer in of the 1.8. Is that correct, Kari? And then we're anticipating the year end for 2020 to actually be quite favorable when we're done putting everything together. In part because we received the CARES money, we reduced a fair amount of expenditure, and I think we're going to end 2020 in good position, and so there'll probably be another sizable contribution from positive budget variance of 2020 into the fund next year as well.
Okay, so that's helpful to know. But I guess what I'm getting at is based on our conversation about racism as a public health crisis. It seemed to me, it just seems to me to be a little bit inconsistent that at one time we're saying, well, we need to make the decisions about the use of the strategic priorities fund in the context of the whole fund. But now here we are saying this individual line item, well, we'll fund that out of strategic priorities. So I guess that just seems to me to be a little bit of a mixed message here. And so I'm wondering, I don't want to throw too much gum in the works here, but I'm wondering if that's the better way to approach the overall conversation about the strategic priorities fund, is to say we're going to make that decision entirely on its own and not planned, at least not for the moment, not with our general fund budget, plan to fund sustainability commission operations that way.
Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Coulter, I think that's a good question. The way that we looked at this was, it was an investment that is specifically related to the council's strategic plan. And in the same way that sustainability and equity and inclusion are key components of that strategic plan, is why we propose to fund it out of the Strategic Priorities Fund. If the council wanted to do something differently, there are a couple of options of how we could do that. We could include it in the regular operating budget, and then have a corresponding number in the tax levy stabilization line to be sure that it's included in the operating budget. Or you could increase the levy a little bit to accommodate that. There are a couple of ways to do it, and so I'm certainly open to the council's feedback on that. I did get a note from the CFO that our year-end 2020 for the Strategic Priorities Fund is expected to be about $6 million.
Well, I guess knowing that, I'm less concerned about the overall balance of the Strategic Priorities Fund as I am about the process for making those decisions, because like I said, it seems to me to be a bit inconsistent there. And so I'd be, open to discussion, based on what my colleagues think. But I think if we're going to say we're going to do one thing, we should do that one thing.
Sure. And Mr. Mayor and council members, if I can just to the comment, Councilmember Coulter, about being a little inconsistent, I would actually agree with you that it is a little inconsistent, and the reason is this: the $60,000 that is for sustainability commission operations was already in the operating budget, and the investments that we talked about earlier for the racial equity work is new investment. And so one of the things that we are trying to be conscious of, especially when it came to requests for new investment, is that we have been focused this year largely on a conversation around service reductions. And the place where we would want to be talking about new investments is related to the council's strategic priorities. And so the best time to have that conversation is when discussing the Strategic Priorities Fund. So hopefully that provides a little bit of clarity in how we came down in the place that we did.
Councilmember Lohman.
I'm just going to pick up right kind of where we left it here, and I've got some questions about that, and then I just want to circle back on some of the enterprise funds that I've got some questions about. I think I already know the answers, but I just want to make sure that in my mind I've got it correct here. So with the strategic priority, what I'm hearing is that we don't clearly know precisely what that number is going to look like, and that won't pan out till sometime next year. Is that what we're? Is that kind of what we're?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Lohman, I think, Kari, are you popping that one up? And he had to pull one down and pop it up. So that the fund is one that kind of moves up and down depending on what the council allocates to it. And I remember earlier in the conversation this evening, Councilmember Beloga observed that looking at that fund projected forward saw declining balances. And the reason that there were declining balances is that we have not included in our forecasts the revenue of positive budget variance being transferred in, when in fact that's the primary vehicle that resources that fund. And so there's going to be some difference from year to year. But even in a year like this one, we're still going to see some positive budget variance that's going to be available. We just don't include that in the spreadsheet because it's really hard to estimate that. So right now, going into 21, I don't know if there are any claims on the Strategic Priorities Fund beyond 2020.
Well, and that's, in fact, you're going exactly where my question is, because I thought we've got, with the fire pension piece, I know we were funding a rainy day fund with that. Have we completed that funding of that? I thought we were done with that. Was it this year or?
Yeah, this is the last year of that transition. And Grant, if you can put that onto the screen. This is the Strategic Priorities Fund, and the square that is highlighted shows the fire pension obligation transfer. This is the last year of that phased plan to move that out of this fund. We created a separate fire pension reserve, and that plan is going to be concluded this year. So as you look here at the strategic priorities for 2021, we did plug that sustainability initiatives in. We plugged in the tax levy stabilization. We know that the home loan program is one that council is strongly supportive of. However, earlier this year, when that was in front of the council and the HRA, we chose to defer that until we had a better grip on the budget going into 2021. So that's an item that I would certainly envision is going to have some discussion. So if you go down to the bottom line here, what you see is the fund balance, and we are, like I said, not forecasting the positive budget variance that will get put into that. So even though you see a declining fund balance, it doesn't represent what we expect to be an annual contribution.
And that's because of that positive budget variance we've been able to take advantage of over so many years. And you're actually right where I want to be at when you're showing the loan piece, because I thought we had earlier kind of taken that off the table as well. So we would be taking these things and making this decision. So I guess what I'm trying to understand in my mind from a budget standpoint is that we won't know that information until January, or I'm just trying to, how does this play into, because I kind of want to know the answer to this piece before I kind of, go on to these other decision points.
So for the purpose of our 2021 budget and tax levy discussion, the key components that you see there are the tax levy stabilization line, which is right in the middle of the screen at 1.3, 1.1, and 1 million over the next 3 years. And even with those included, you can see that the ending fund balance remains in good shape, and that's still including $750,000 a year for projects. So when we're talking about investments that may be made related to the strategic priorities, such as equity and inclusion or sustainability or focused renewal, we use that $750,000 as a placeholder. And even with the placeholder, and you can see that our ending fund balance looks pretty good for the Strategic Priorities Fund.
And if we were to scroll it up there to see how much we spend on the home improvement piece, that would pretty much exhaust all of that, right?
No, we can fill that in and roll that forward, but that also doesn't account for what's going to be the other revenue that's coming in. Kari, can you scroll all the way up? What we haven't done this year is include a levy amount for the strategic priorities as we have in years past, because there was concern in previous years by the council that fund balance was declining. So we did levy $500,000 for a couple of years running. And then we're showing that returning in 2023 to make sure that in addition to positive budget variance, there is an annual amount of revenue that's coming back in to try and stabilize the fund.
Okay. I appreciate that, adding that extra. I almost wish we could have gone over this first before we covered the first item earlier today. That helps to kind of have a better picture or understanding of kind of where we're at. And of course, I mean, there's, this is kind of the, a place to save ourselves. But knowing this information, this helps me to have a better understanding. Now, if I could just kind of quickly go back here with just two other pieces on the enterprise fund piece. So with the pool, now that the vessel is something we're not going to be looking at for another several years here, I think it was 20 years, those dollars, are they a part of this piece? What happens with that, or do we need those funds kind of going forward? Because I know at one point we were talking about taking that out and bonding for that, and then putting that into the budget.
Kari, you want to talk about the amount of that balance that we are looking at transferring into the general fund and the amount that we're leaving in the facilities fund?
Sure. So over the years, we have about $4.5 million that has been accumulating in the facilities fund, and we could potentially, we're looking at taking $1.5 million to move that into strategic priorities potentially. That could be used for tax levy stabilization going into 22. That would be an option that we could bring to the council if we wanted to transfer those funds. The facilities fund, as you know, does have a lot of needs that there's a lot that's in the CIP. So that we can use, definitely can use the funds that have been accumulated there for things that are needed across the city as well.
So then my other question I have is around the golf piece, and I'll wrap this up here. Then I'm just going to make a statement then. For Highland, how much tax support are we putting in for that Highland piece? So I know we're putting tax support in for various of our other enterprise funds, with the idea behind the enterprise fund is that we're supposed to try to break even as much as we can, trying to minimize that tax support. But what does that number look like just for Highland?
So for Highland, like the past few years, it's been $300,000. Probably about 150,000 of that is to bring to break even. But since the working capital goal was so low, the additional 150,000 was to start building that back up.
So specific to the question, Councilmember Lohman, the 2021 budget request has $161,000 of property tax for that's assumed as subsidy.
Thanks. So what the statement that I want to make is, I think there's a lot of opportunities here to kind of, depending on our values, to kind of go in different directions, council members. And one of the things that I've always been troubled with is that, we have two golf courses. We have one DMV. We basically give, this past year, as the manager just placed forward, 160. But golf is for such a much more limited demographic, in which I belong to. I love golfing. In fact, that's where I learned was Highland. But this DMV, I just read an article in the Star Tribune where it's talking about folks having to wait till April. Sometimes folks having to wait out in the cold. I just don't think that this decision around the motor vehicle, we really ought to make this year in the middle of this pandemic. This is really going to have an impact on our residents. Maybe kind of going forward, that makes sense, but it just from a value standpoint, it's just, especially when we look at all these strategic dollars that are going to be coming in here. I think one thing we ought to definitely look at doing given what we just did, I think it behooves us, and I don't know what that cost is going to be, for this, to the additional to this racial equity coordinator pieces that we want to do in order to move this health piece forward. But I think the dollars are there if we want to put those forward. I think it makes sense to kind of push this motor vehicle piece down the road. The dollars are there and they're available, and I think it just makes sense from just a service kind of standpoint until we really have a clear understanding of what we're trying to do here and what we're going to do to folks. It's going to take some time for a private group to get set up in the city if none of these other groups don't come back and say no. And so I just want to just as we look at what the managers put forward, I'm generally supportive of it. And I would also like to just take this motor vehicle piece and look at this next year. I think there's some opportunities here where we can really make some decisions where it makes sense to kind of move forward with it. I think it behooves us in terms of those residents who are going to be waiting out in the cold, trying to get those appointments. I just think it just doesn't make sense to make this decision this year. But I'll stand for other folks' comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just sticking to the first item question for now. I just had a general question, because it seems like there are items kind of towards the top of scenario B throughout B that would have not very much impact on service delivery to the community, have budget savings, and I'm just wondering kind of why some of those weren't chosen. Examples would be the co-ed staffing change that was an unfilled full-time position that would be filled as a part-time position, from my understanding, the information I got, and that it would have a very negligible impact on what they have going on. I do have one comment on that, though, is if funding it as a full-time position helped us do the racial equity plan internally as opposed to using consultants, that may be reason to keep that as a full-time position, but could maybe be part of that later discussion. And then there is the one item with overtime in scenario C that we have a different funding source, the forfeiture account for it. So we wouldn't actually have to cut overtime on that. I guess conceptually, my question is, why weren't more of the items from scenario B that met the criteria of being consistent with the recommendations, minimal service impacts, but also offering the benefits to the community of lowering the tax levy? And just one last item before I actually stop talking, I guess, is I do not include in that the public safety items. I think there was agreement from the council that shouldn't be the area we're looking to cut, but I just put that out there.
Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Nelson, we can certainly go back through and give it one more look at those scenario B items that are maybe a little bit closer to the line. I would say that in our review, we saw value within the organization of maintaining those things if it was possible to do so. Some of them, yes, it would be limited view from the public about what that reduction would mean. But in the particular case of the staffing change, what the observation you made, I think, is a good one. But there's also just the ability to be a little bit more effective. And so if we can avoid a change like that, that's why we chose not to include that. It's the will of the council here with these items, and certainly open to the council's input on those.
So, Mayor, if I might, I just have one other
Please.
specific question. And I guess I broke what I said, but this applies to the third item on there. The athletic fees that are included in this of about 80,000. And part of the reason I asked the first question is I think that 80,000 could be covered with that overtime. And one of the items, maybe delaying the computer purchases or some portion of that, potentially that staffing or some of the items within B to cover that. I personally think that the fees for those organizations probably make sense in 2022. But given the impact of those organizations of the pandemic and some of the difficulty they may have had finding funding sources and things like that, and having to give people refunds and whatever their situations might be, I'm worried that next year is maybe not the right year for that. And if we could delay that for a year, give them a year to prepare for that, and give them a year for people to get out and enjoy their activities, I think if we have some low hanging fruit in those other areas, I'd rather kind of go after those things and help those. And I would include in that the BAA golf program, the increase in fees on there. And my understanding is that's a fairly nominal amount to our budget of about $1,400. And if there's a way to keep their fee the same for next year, I'd appreciate looking at that.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. Council, additional thoughts, questions? Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm back for round two because I realized that I neglected to address the other bullet points. I guess what I would say as far as the motor vehicles office, I think I've made my position pretty clear here that, it is a great convenience for the community. And as I've said, I've taken advantage of the convenience of it myself. I don't see it as one of those things that the city has to do. And I also don't see it as one of those things that nobody else will do if the city does not. And so that, to my mind, is the reason why it doesn't seem like as high of a priority. As far as continuing it, if there are options that don't result in too great a levy increase or other significant impact to services, fine. I think Councilmember Lohman's point about getting through this next year and everything that this pandemic has meant is certainly a good one. What I would like to know is if that is the approach we take, what is the plan? What comes next? Because I think at some point we have to be clear that, barring some unexpected change of heart from the state legislature, we're going to be continuing a property tax subsidy to a pretty significant extent if nothing changes. And that, to me, is not sustainable, given as my previously discussed priorities on that. So that, I think I just need to know what would come next with motor vehicles. What is the plan to address that? Because that issue is not going to go away. And then as far as the fees, I want to be very careful about not trying to put together a budget line item by line item right here and right now. I think Councilmember Nelson's points are well taken, and particularly as indoor facilities are not open, ensuring that everybody, kids and adults, have opportunities to recreate outside, I think is a good thing. I'm open to some discussion about that as an alternate proposal, but I think we asked for the city manager's recommendations, and these are them. So if these are the recommendations that move forward, I would certainly be comfortable acting on them.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. With regards to motor vehicle first, right off the bat, I'm of a similar mind that I understand why this is a value add for the community. But as Councilmember Coulter mentioned, the state of Minnesota has put us in a position where this is not practical over the long term, especially if fees continue to stagnate, they continue moving services online, and that subsidy keeps going up and up and up. So if we do some kind of bridge here to get us through this period of pandemic, or potentially bridge to another provider picking this up and running with it, I could potentially get there. But over the long term, I don't see this being sustainable, particularly. And with regards to the fees that were mentioned, I do think As we saw the other night during our conversation about revenue recovery, especially in Parks and Recs programming, it makes sense to get ourselves in line with what market rates are, to be competitive, be strategic. But at the same time, as we jump into our racial equity work and rubber really starts to meet the road with getting more folks involved in community programming, the folks that have the least access to a lot of these programs right now are the folks that are least able to afford them. And while I certainly understand that we have scholarships and abilities to get folks incorporated, you take programs like the View or the Mini View, we have financial assistance available for that, but those programs fill up in minutes, and they're filled up by folks that are able to be at a computer to hit refresh until the button pops up and get their kids enrolled in the program. So if we were to make a concerted effort in order for folks of all backgrounds to be able to get involved, how much more subsidy are we going to need to be able to project providing in order to get folks covered? And I'm sure staff has had conversations about this, but if there are any more low-hanging items left in say B or deep into C, I don't want us to make assumptions about accessibility of programming based off of the need demonstrated in past years of registration before we make this big push. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin. Councilmember Beloga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recall when we looked at Highland Golf a couple of years ago, that the subsidy was equal to what the golfer paid for greens fees. And I find that to be problematic on so many levels that it's troublesome that that's a priority over our DMV, which provides a service to, I look at it as to two major items. One is our residents and visitors, the individuals who are in our city who need those kinds of services. And as was mentioned earlier, there was an article recently in the Star Tribune where a individual said, gosh, you know, I can't get my driver's license renewed, our license plates renewed for my car, went to Southdale until I make an appointment in February. Well, you don't get the notification early enough to do that. So it's just problematic. The other thing is I want to remind all of us that we have a lot of auto dealers. We have more auto dealers in Bloomington than any other Hennepin County municipality. And a great number of them use our DMV for licensing the vehicles that they sell, both new and used. And we're not supporting those businesses if we close down DMV. So if I can take the liberty and say, for reasonably similar sums, we value golf more than we do our residents and businesses, that's a problem for me, and one which I frankly can't accept. I can otherwise go along with all of the items and recommendations in the city manager's proposal. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Council
Thank you,
members.
Councilmember Beloga.
Councilmember Beloga, if I may, just on the Highland Greens, I think for the community, I think the council understands this, but I want to make sure the community understands this as well, that we have budgeted for the continuation of Highland Greens in 2021. At the same time, we are following a recommendation of the Budget Advisory Committee that I believe the council was supportive of, that we enter into discussions with Three Rivers Parks District, which have the Parks District has indicated an interest in, or at least a willingness to discuss taking over the operation of the Highland Greens Golf Course as part of their golf system. And if that is, if we have a successful outcome to that conversation, we would both preserve the amenity in the community and also have the operating cost at a different at a different level that would not be the city obligation. So we do have that conversation scheduled with Three Rivers Parks District, and I'll be able to report to the council, but we will not have an answer on that in time for final budget. And I appreciate Council Member Beloga raising the issue just for the opportunity to share with people where we're at on that.
Thank you, Mr. Verbrugge. And Councilmember Beloga, just to make sure that we've got all the details and facts correct, I do know that, yes, we have a number of auto dealerships here in the city of Bloomington, and but I do know also that the number of them who bought their licenses through the Bloomington License Bureau has been steadily declining through the years. And I believe when we closed the License Bureau this spring because of COVID-19 concerns, I think we lost the last of those auto dealerships buying their licenses here in the city of Bloomington. So I would look to staff to confirm or deny that, but I believe that is what the status is right now, that in fact we have lost the last of the Bloomington auto dealerships that used to buy their license here in Bloomington. They don't buy them here any longer. Ms. Wilson, can you confirm that? Or?
Mr. Mayor, I would generally agree with that. We may have one or two small dealers that occasionally bring work our way. Some offices chose to continue providing service to dealers when they were closed to the public this spring for a number of reasons, which I know some of our staff were not happy with. I, as the department head, made the decision not to continue that service when we weren't serving the general public this spring. But yes, over the years, the percentage of our business that is dealer work has declined. And at this point, it is very minimal, unfortunately. We would certainly work to bring that back if there's a decision to keep the office open. But at this point in time, that is a very small portion of our business.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I just want to say that I really appreciate the recommendations brought forward, and I appreciate really using those core values to guide the structure of the recommendations and to help us think through this decision making too. Again, honoring the work of the Community Budget Advisory Committee, limiting the impact of property tax increases to the greatest extent possible, minimizing the impact of city service reductions, and then, considering implications through future years. Very helpful to continue to remind ourselves of those kind of guiding principles that have really helped get us through this budget process. And so I am supportive of the tax levy strategy and the city manager reduction recommendations. And then I am also, if there is some resources that could be freed up in that spreadsheet from the overtime, as Councilmember Nelson suggested, to delay the fee increases to 2022 for the athletic field utilization, I would be supportive of that. And then as it relates to motor vehicle, as hard as it is to lose, the resource in our community and that there are going to be staff impacts, and that's also, makes the decision very, very difficult. I've said it in the past, and I'm saying it again tonight. I just think that when we look at the sustainability of the motor vehicle office, and then knowing knowing that we have capital improvements on the horizon that are really, really needed, I'm supportive of transitioning that to being closed, or formally transitioning to a private operator who could take over those duties. And so with that, I will also say, now having seen the Strategic Priorities Fund, if there is a way that staff could put forth a recommendation in December for the racial equity work, maybe we've crossed that bridge and we're going into 2021 now with that conversation. But I don't really see a reason why, if we're all in agreement, that's a priority that we could have those conversations sooner. But with that, I will end my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Carter. Others? I'll add my thoughts. I agree with Councilmember Carter with the support of the tax levy strategy and the longer term look to look at 2022 and beyond. I think it's a sound strategy. I think it's a good way to go considering the unknowns that we have facing us right now, and to look at a 2022 to start with a with the assumption of a 0% property tax increase is the only way we can do that is based on the work that we're doing this year and some of the considerations being made this year. So I'm fully supportive of the work that's being done this year to make sure that we can look into the future, because this is a long-term issue and a long-term problem that we really do need to figure out. Agree also with the 1 year delay, if at all possible, for the new athletic fee utilization fees of $80,000. I think to put that into the lap of our athletic organizations right now would be very problematic. To give them the year to prepare for it, to look at different ways that we could possibly help them fundraise. I'm sure we had the discussion earlier today that I'm sure the pull tab world is suffering along with everything else right now, just because there aren't people out and about to use pull tabs. And I know a lot of that money goes into our athletic programs and our athletic activities and so on. So anything that we can do to mitigate that athletic field utilization fee of $80,000, I think, is the way to go. And then regarding motor vehicle, I guess I'm in agreement with the others who have stated that this is this in my mind is more of a nice to have than a must have, primarily because we have many examples and can look at and see many examples with very close by of private industry doing this type of thing where the public sector has decided not to. I mean, I can share that as soon as we closed the motor vehicle office down in the spring, I think it was April, I started getting phone calls from at least one vendor who wanted to take over the motor vehicle office and to take over the license and to do it. They said they'd had a track record of doing it and they were more than interested in it. There's no guarantee of that happening, but I think there's a very high likelihood, because I think there is there's proven success, as I said, from private vendors across the metro area, and has been shown, and we have interest in someone is coming forward already expressing interest in doing that. One thing that I would be open to looking at perhaps is working to starting to work toward that as aggressively as possible, but then bridging to not simply close, but to bridge and put a June 30th date on this, where we would make the transition from a Bloomington run license bureau to a privately run license bureau. And I don't believe it's it can't be that perfect and that simple that we could simply close up shop June 30th and they could open up shop July 1st. I understand that. But I think we could look toward that, and there's got to be options to do it in that way so we can continue the service as needed, but eventually work our way toward a private solution to this, because I think that is ultimately where this needs to go. The state of Minnesota has done no favors to local license bureaus. They've set it up in such a way that a local license bureau simply can't survive and do well. I've talked to mayors in other cities who recognize this as well, and have had the same discussion that we're having right now. So it's a practicality and a way of life right now in terms of just how feasible a motor vehicle license is in a municipality right now. The state has set it up in such a way that it makes it very difficult. The amount of online transactions that happen now makes it very difficult, and I'm afraid it wouldn't be possible for us to continue this as a long-term strategy. So ultimately, Council, as we look at these different decision points, I think if I don't know if there's nodding agreement regarding the first, and we've talked about the different fee increases, I think the question comes down to the motor vehicle, how we want to handle that, whether or not we're comfortable with that one way or another. Maybe some tweaking and some ideas and suggestions about moving things from level B and C up to level A to offset. Open for specific suggestions. We've heard a few, and if folks want to forward a couple of specific suggestions, that would be appreciated. The other possibility, of course, is that if we want to keep open the motor vehicle at the cost of $225. It would be look for other options to reduce costs elsewhere, or we then push up the tax levy to cover that, or we use our longer term our longer term funding that we're thinking into 2022. So possibilities, and I'm more than happy to continue the conversation and look at different ways of doing this, but I think we've got to look at it holistically, as then, you know, it's a push-pull. If something happens, then another thing has to happen to kind of offset it based on the city manager's suggestions here as recommendations. Councilmember Beloga and Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your suggestions about funding it for half a year for allowing to transition. And if that be the case, then since we have transition plans for Highland Golf that the city manager talked about, the $161,000 tax subsidy is for the year. We should look at doing the same for Highland Golf as we are. So give or take, that takes care of about half the problem, as I see it.
A good suggestion, Councilmember. Councilmember Nelson and then Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. In regards to your suggestion of waiting, doing half a year on the DMV, I think that makes sense. See if we can get more information on this private party that may be able to come in. I still think it'll be hard to have certainty about that process and how it'll play out, if other places will object to it or not. But I also, and I mentioned this last time, I struggle to use the budget process to make decisions about facility closures. And, you know, that's why I would struggle to support the motor vehicle at this time. If we give it some time to look at a transition and can engage in that conversation, I think that makes more sense. With regards to golf, I would not support closing that. And to suggest that we could have half a year at a golf course that's only open half a year, I don't see that as candidly workable. So.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I would say, as far as motor vehicles, I think, you know, as other folks have said, exploring some kind of transition, you know, that to my point earlier, I think that would be fine. I think, like I said, my concern is what comes next. If we decide to keep it open, what comes next? So I'm certainly willing to consider that. And I think to the point that has been raised by several people as well, I mean, I think we need to be clear that maybe that's the approach we need to take with Highland Greens as well. Is the continued subsidy that we've had for Highland Greens, is that sustainable? And as has been pointed out, that's a very similar number to what we subsidize motor vehicles with, and I would probably argue that's not sustainable either. So I think those are the things that we need to be a little bit hard-nosed about and just be clear that if we're going to continue doing this is the cost that taxpayers are going to have to foot. And I think that is the overall conversation. I think Councilmember Nelson's point about using the budget process for facilities closures is a good one. But I think the challenge is that when we don't talk about the budget, when we don't talk about it that way, then we get the folks who say, well, no, I like this thing, close this thing. And then you have the folks who say, no, I like this thing, close that thing. And I'm realizing now you all can't see my hands as I talk. So you'll just have to imagine what I was doing there. But I think that's how we have a complete conversation. So what we need to do to get to that plan, I think that's fine.
Council, additional thoughts? Councilmember Nelson? I'm sorry, Councilmember Nelson with his hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess if we're going to discuss keeping motor vehicle open for half a year, I would be interested particularly in Chris's opinion, maybe the city manager as well, but is that feasible? I mean, to do that and have sort of a time certain on there, how would that be? How would staff react to that? And you know, I guess, and maybe it isn't something you can answer right now. I'm just very interested in that. If there's a way to make that workable.
Well, and to be clear, Councilmember Nelson, I was spitballing there. I was trying to come up with ideas and suggestions and possibilities about ways we might be able to work through all of this. I would turn to Ms. Wilson or Mr. Verbrugge. I mean, is that even a feasible possibility to look at a 6-month possibility and trying to transition to a private operator? Even possible?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I mean, it's a feasible option that we can look at. And I think, we want to make sure that we've even spitballed all the possible scenarios. I think it's a really challenging situation from a staff perspective. The staff that's there has already been under a lot of strain due to the conversations about the future of the office. And on one hand, a closure around the first of the year, comes with notice during the holiday season, which is a really hard thing to have to do. But also, I question, our staff that are able to find other jobs, if they know their job is going away in 6 months, will likely go out and find those other jobs, and we would see a dwindling staff in that area, making it hard to maintain service for that long with a dwindling staff. And the feasibility of hiring somebody new just to train them in and work for us for a few months, isn't very realistic. So we would need to give more thought to that and how it might work. There are definitely some challenges, but also some benefits of giving people more notice.
Mr. Verbrugge, thoughts to add to that?
Mr. Mayor, Chris summarized my thoughts. The only addition that I would include is that if the council were interested in doing that, we do have the amount of reserve that's in that fund that we could use to cover those couple of months in transition. So we wouldn't necessarily have to levy back some sort of an amount to do that. So there certainly are options, and I appreciate the comments from Chris and the concern for the staff that are working there and wanting to do what's in their best interest too, and provide as much as possible some sort of a reasonable approach to the closure.
Agreed. Councilmember Beloga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From my point of perspective, and I don't want to cut anybody off, but it seems to me that we're focused on a couple issues, and now it's time to give it back to staff to massage the numbers and come back with a proposal. I think that, as I see it, we're pretty close to resolution, but, we're not going to hammer that through tonight, I don't believe, and we're getting late into the evening.
I would agree with you, Councilmember Beloga, and that was where I was headed next. But Councilmember Martin with his hand up, and then we'll head that direction. But I agree with you, Councilmember Beloga. I think it's time to turn it back to staff, and we'll have that discussion again a week from tonight, I would think. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quickly on one item, just as staff is continuing to chew on this, I'm just curious about the neighborhood traffic calming program and why that was not included. I know based on the budget reduction worksheets, it said that was used maybe once a year and that residents were having a hard time navigating the system. So if we hold on to this 77.5, I'm just curious how that might get reformed, altered, partner with co-ed, or do we need to put that on pause for a year? So just curious to learn more there.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Martin, appreciate that. We had some additional information that went to council on this item. So understanding where we're at in the conversation, just give staff a couple more days, and when we come back with our final recommendations, we can certainly incorporate some of these items in there and in the final package.
So, Councilmember Councilmember Beloga kind of put a bow on things here. Is everyone comfortable with the discussions that we've had and the different things that have come up and have gone back and forth? Comfortable sending it back to staff and then looking for final recommendations to come to us next Monday night. Is everyone comfortable with that approach at this time? I see thumbs up in a variety of places. Then let's move forward and do that. I think that's the way to go. I think this has been a good discussion. I want to thank Mr. Verbrugge for the recommendations that he did bring forward. I think, as Councilmember Carter said, the core values, the principles that it was built around, I think, are exactly what we were looking for. The respect to the CBAC, the look to minimize the levy increase, to minimize the service reductions, and to think long term. I think you did a very fine job, and thank you very much, Mr. Verbrugge and Ms. Wilson, for your work on it, and to the entire senior staff for pulling all of this together. This has been, to say it's been a challenge, I don't think it can be a bigger understatement than to say that. I know it has been an incredible amount of work, incredible amount of stress, and I'm proud to say that we're getting there. And getting there, I think, in the best interest of Bloomington, and I think we are going to get there ultimately, and I think it's going to be something that we can all live with and the city can succeed with. And so I'm proud of that. So well done. Thank you very much for that. So council, we are now to item 3.4, which is a review of our city council meeting calendar. It just struck here in the council chambers 10:30 on a Monday evening. This is certainly something we could put off until a later date, or we can tackle this. We're 4.5 hours in. I sense a little bit of energy flagging among council members here, and so would look for ideas or thoughts if we decided to hold this off until a later date.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you. I'm comfortable pushing this to next week. We don't want to go any further than next Monday on setting the calendar because one of our departments, especially Planning Commission, sets a lot of their process timeline based on the calendar that's adopted. So I've told them to assume the normal calendar for January, and then we would, figure out what their timeline is going to be after that. For the benefit of the folks who are watching, just real quickly, we adopt our council meeting calendar every year, and it's usually a pretty straightforward process. And this year, I made some suggestions to the council on things that we could possibly do to improve workflow within the city for how we bring things to the council, how we can more effectively manage our meetings agendas, and how we can possibly improve the resident experience who wish to participate in council meetings. And am certainly looking forward to that conversation. I know that Councilmember Lohman also had to leave the meeting, and I think that he would like to be part of that conversation, so I'm fine continuing it to next week.
Very good. Council, if before we move on, I apologize. I think I've got a panel here where I'm seeing different hands come up, and I'm afraid Councilmember Lohman slipped off the screen, and I think he has had his hand up for a while, and he was wondering why I wasn't calling on him. So I think he is. Am I missing somebody?
Off the call, maybe.
Oh, and Councilmember Lohman, I don't know if
he had to leave the meeting.
Oh, I can't see you on the screen. I'm sorry. I apologize. So, Councilmember Coulter and then Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mayor. My first thing, actually, I had some questions about the other budgets that that were presented. In the interest of time, what I will say, and it looks like Ms. Carlson has left the meeting, I will just email those questions to her. None of them terrifically earth-shattering, but I guess I was just confused about how we were handling that discussion, and it ran long anyway. As far as talking about this particular item tonight, I'm perfectly content to push it back. And I think to the city manager's point, Councilmember Lohman certainly would have some opinions and thoughts on this. So I think it'd be good for him to be here.
Agreed. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, I noticed that we don't have on the calendar the and escapes me, the certification of the vote in November,
The canvassing of ballots.
the canvassing. Thank you. And I know that I overlaid a meeting
Correct.
that I could not change, so I missed that meeting, which I don't like to do. So if we can get that on the calendar.
Thank you for pointing that out, Councilmember. We will do that.
Thank you.
The canvassing of ballots in November, that Friday after the election in November of 2021.
Oh, for next year.
Yes. Yes.
All right. So if council's in agreement, I would move that we amend the agenda and move item 3.4 to a week from tonight, Monday, the 7th. If everyone is in agreement, I would make that motion.
Second.
If is this a formal process of doing that?
We don't need to, I guess we don't need to formalize it. I get confused what we need to formalize and not formalize. We're moving it to next Monday night. Good enough. Thanks for catching me on that, Jack. Appreciate it.
No, okay, thanks.
Yep. We'll move quickly then to item 3.5, our city council policy and issue update to see if there's anything pressing. Mr. Verbrugge?
No additional items, Mr. Mayor.
Council, any additional items?
Move to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. No further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. We are officially adjourned. Thank you all very much. Again, thanks to the staff for their work on the budget and the additional items earlier in this evening as well. Thanks to the council. Very well done. Thank you much for the discussion. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. Have a good evening, and we'll see you next Monday night. Thanks.